can rebound from this. That you know, look, the party's going to take a shellacking in all likelihood at the midterms. I mean, that's a foregone conclusion. I don't think that's anything to do with Trump necessarily. I think that's just cyclical. It's how Americans vote. Do you think, though, that in 2028, the party can rebound from Iran, from all the spending, and you think Rubio or Vance could take the party out of the wilderness? It sounds like.
Well, people think I'm nuts, but I hear things in the background, and I think they're going to come together as a team, and that's going to blow everybody out of the water.
And what will that platform be, Joe? When you see that team running, what do you imagine are the 3 bullet points that they run on?
Fund our military, force K-12 results, and I don't know what the third one is. Maybe be financially responsible.
Do you think funding the military and accountability for schools? When I look at your party, I see a bunch of people that don't want to fund the military, right? That want a more isolationist foreign policy. So, I mean, do you think they're going to turn around the Republicans and make them back to a national security kind of Reagan-esque neocon state? I mean, you think that's really going to happen?
Absolutely.
Guys, I have a question. How many of you hate the niggers?
Oh, get out of here.
Fuck you, bitch.
Jesus. Yeah, it's so amazing that we can't have a civilized discussion some days, but
It's almost comical.
Joe, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
You've been in my rooms before. Do I sound? A lot of my Democrat Republican friends say I'm a closet Republican. Do I sound like a closet Republican? I don't, right? I sound like a liberal, right?
No, you sound intellectual. I don't get hung up on right or left. I look for base info. I mean, I admit openly that I'm right of center, but I swing left sometimes. It depends.
Yeah, I find myself sometimes as a man without a country because I think Fetterman's great, largely because he's intellectually interesting, right? He's willing to go against his own. He's willing to do perpetual sister soldier movements, which for me is huge. And I think most people on both sides of the aisle don't have an appreciation for that kind of candor. So I don't know. And Marshall's on the phone, so let's bring up Sean B. Sean, do you want to come up and take a fresh 5 or no? Sean does not. Marshall's on the phone.
I invited Leanne. I don't know the others though.
All right, let's bring Leanne up. I don't know Leanne, but that's great.
You do know Leanne. She's a fan of the Critical Thinking Forum. She's always in our chat. Good lady.
All right, well, Leanne, you can come up. Marshall, I showed you was on the phone, sorry.
No, I did show you was on the phone, but sometimes it doesn't work.
So Joe thinks your party is going to pull it together, and you don't. I mean, is there somebody in the wilderness that could come unite the party? Look, I'm with you, Marshall. I don't think these two guys, I don't think they have the charisma that Trump has, and I don't think they're party builders. But is there somebody that could emerge from the wilderness and bring this thing together?
Glenn Youngkin could try. He's not too tainted. I heard him.
That's That's Abby's guy.
Yeah, and then I heard it from Abby. Like, I agree with her. Blaine Youngkin doesn't have a lot of taint. Donors like him. But when she talks, she always talks from the donor perspective. I mean, she's not like, and I think she would tell you this herself. She doesn't do the same kind of stuff I do. She funds, I walk. Right? Like, she's responsible for, like, getting the money that pays me to do the shit I'm doing currently. Right? So her take on the party is always kind of a top-line national take, which I don't happen to disagree with most of the time. It just, like, she approaches it a little bit differently. What's up, James? How you doing?
What is CTF? What's that?
Called the Critical Thinking Forum. It's this guy who's a radio talk show host, and he, like, does news work at night, and so he gets up during the day and, like, holds a mini talk show on Clubhouse, and he runs it like an AM talk show.
Oh,
So that's what it is. I don't know. He likes it. I enjoy it. You know, you end up listening to interesting people. So what's going on with you, man?
I'm in the heart of Atlanta right now.
Nice. Atlanta's a pretty fun place.
Yeah, not if you're driving every 5 minutes.
Oh no, I didn't want to drive to Atlanta.
Yeah.
That just seems not very much fun. We're just kind of generally talking about like midterms. Like Joe thinks like we could pull one out in 28. I'm a lot more skeptical. I think that like, hey, typically when presidents have their terms, if there's been 2 terms of a president, even if it's a Garfield style, which Trump is, then people get tired and they want the other side, and so you get the opposing party as the president. You may not get the opposing party as Congress, but you get the opposing party as president. So Joe thinks it's a little bit more rosier. I think it's a lot more. I think it's a lot less rosy, personally.
Yeah. There's no, whether there's not going to be a
Chip in however you feel like, man.
I'm sorry?
I said chip in however you feel like you can build. I just wanted to like give you what we were talking about.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, there's not going to be a rosy scenario. There's not going to be a candidate who's going to say, look, the law is the law. We have to respect the law. And we've got to undo decades, more than a century, of flagrant violations of the Constitution. You know, that's not going to happen. That's not going to be on the ballot. So, do you want to really address the systemic problems we have in this country? Do we want to return to a constitutional republic? Or do we just want to...
I mean, there is a guy, right, that has those credentials. It would be Rand Paul, right? I mean, that would be who's a viable candidate. I mean, I and that's the closest you're going to get, I think, to a constitutionalist.
That's the constitutionalist. No one will stand for election who will clearly describe the constitutional violations that have taken place since 1798 onto the current day. They won't offer it. Anyone who stands
but I just be a realist, right? I mean, look. There's no 18th century purists, but I mean, if you were going to get this kind of agenda, right, we're going to move anywhere close to the 18th and early 19th century understanding of Republican government, small r. I think Rand Paul would be your guy, right? I mean, that he's
because you have to understand, there's guilt by participation. These people have knowingly and willingly participated and drawn.
So who's your guy then? Do you have a guy that?
There's not a guy. Look, I mean, if somebody stands for election, it surprises me that let's go ahead and consider them. But we have a much bigger job before us, which is to develop a language consistent enough to ensure that whenever candidates stand for election, they're properly questioned and interrogated and appropriately discarded. Now, that's not as fun because we prefer to have all the work done for us by the political parties. We prefer them to put on these debates, these boring, trite, monotonous debates that are all the same, and then they'll pick the winner of those, and then we'll just vote for the blue guy or the red guy. I mean, it's kind of pathetic. So what, we might have a conversation about actually, what we ought to have here in this country, about what it means to have.
Man, fuck this country, nigga. Be quiet, bitch ass nigga. Fuck this country, nigga.
What the hell is that?
We have a cantankerous room. P,
Shit.
what's going on? P, JP, what are your thoughts on the issue? I don't know how you vote, but what is your hope for the country in 2028?
I hope that you held a national convention.
Based.
Yeah.
Yeah. And unfortunately,
One question for you guys, because I'm not even in the States. I'm an outside observer of the United States, but a scholar of it. But I want to ask people. I hear about the sense that you need to speak about people, find the problems and the solutions to be given to you top down. But if I must talk about people, because that's what people talk about, what do you think of Thomas Massey?
I mean, I'd love to tell you that Thomas Massey is going to solve everything, but you have to be willing to speak in a certain way and avoid certain things to make it in this illegitimate system of governance at all. And he's been willing to do that. I assure you that he will not provide you with some relief. You really need to recognize how dire the problem is. You can send the best and the brightest to Congress, and they're going to get turned into another automaton. I mean, that's not speculation. That's bad. And then,
isn't part of the problem that if you're a House member, which is most of the Congress, you're basically spending all your money raising millions of dollars to keep a job that pays what, like $100,000. I mean, it's ludicrous. I mean,
you're not spending your money. That's the problem, is that you're not spending your money. You're not being elected based on money you spend. You're being elected based on money other people spend to get you elected. And in order to get elected, you've had to play ball. And ultimately, the House of Representatives should be important. There are several. I mean, the United States has one representative in the House, and again, I'm violating, a policy here, one of my own policies to tell you this. There's about 750 to 780,000 people per representative in Congress. That is the worst in the developed world. There's no one even close. I think the next
on
one
the low side, Josh. The high side's about 1.2.
1.2 million.
Yeah, the founders wanted about 30,000, but it's anywhere between about 700,000 to about 1.2 million.
Yeah, the founders very clearly forgot that they didn't anticipate states willingly giving up their right to maximize the number of representatives that they could send. And then, in 1912, we stopped increasing the size of the House, and we end up with something that would not be necessary if we just did what the Constitution had originally laid out, which was that you need, no more than one representative for every 30,000 people. You think every state would be saying, okay, well, every 30,000 people I got, I'm sending another representative. A lot of California's complaints would be resolved immediately if they just demanded this, but they don't. So you have to understand, it's like when you tell somebody who's morbidly obese, that you need to stop putting food in your mouth. It's like they will give you these excuses. At the end of the day, they just won't stop putting food in their mouth. That's absolutely all there is to it. And as far as the Constitution, the law is concerned in the United States, the prognosis is clear, the therapy is clear, everything is clear. No one is willing to do it because no one is going to hold them accountable if they don't. And we continue to play this game where we say there's a serious systemic problem, and then we just pick a personality and say, well, they've got the right stuff. For Christ's sake, we elected Donald Trump. People endorsed and supported Donald Trump for the office of the presidency. And it's embarrassing.
But you said you're a guy that's right of center. But
I'm sorry?
is that fair to say you're right of center or no?
I mean, I guess I'd probably consider right of center.
To you and Joe.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's. I don't know. This is like, I don't think that you can put me. I don't think we should consider ourselves on a spectrum between the right and the left here, because, as a matter of fact, this is irrelevant. The greatest to the constitutional republic is so great that I don't think anything should a complete rebirth, reincarnation, a reassertion of cornerstone foundational law is going to Donald Trump, the right said, she's a politically inert parrot who does not have an interest in examining what the law actually says. She believes other people should tell her what it says. She believes that we should blindly and unquestioningly.
Joe, I'm lying heavy-handed. Joe, what are you?
That's not true.
I'm not being heavy-handed. I'm just trying to keep the smart people on the stage. So, how do you respond to that, Joe? I mean, that sounded to me like somebody that's going to lose elections.
I was responding to him. What he was saying is not true. I think the right takes each individual topic and measures it according to their core beliefs. And that's where the difference lies. The Democrats and the Republicans have different core beliefs.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I think, look, I think my own party, I actually think the best chance we had at taking back the country was in 2016 with Bernie Sanders, because he was a working class guy. He was not a culture warrior, right? He didn't want to be in people's bedrooms. He didn't want to talk about religion. He wanted to talk about resources and sustainable living. What we did was we put our thumbs on the scale and we sent him to the political wilderness, right? And we basically said, no, there's no Bernie Sanders allowed. And the only thing that's allowed in the Democratic Party is Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, these people that are stewards of a welfare state that no one, I mean, I think a lot of people would like to see us go either to the right or to the left of. So I don't know, Joe. I I don't know. Don't know. Marshall, are you still on the phone or no?
I'm not on the phone. I was doing math.
Oh, what's the math saying?
The math says I have more work to do.
Wait, you knocking on doors, or what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm counting how many doors I knocked on.
Do you get paid per door or no?
No, I negotiated a flat rate of $1,200 a month, plus other campaigns.
Oh, that's not bad. How do I get that gig?
When your senator goes up for re-election, volunteer, see if you be a paid door knocker, and then you go knock on people's doors, and hopefully the next year they'll pay you more. They probably won't pay you a ton the first year, but if they're well financed and they can afford to pay, ask for something decent. But don't think you can't ask them to pay you. Just don't ask for $5,000 a month. They're probably not gonna pay you $5,000 a month.
Door knocking's hard, though. It really is, Marshall. I hate
Yeah,
it.
but it's fun. I like it.
Well,
It's
you
a
have
lot of fun.
to have a certain personality. I'd rather,
That's true.
coordinate people.
I can do the coordinating, but I like the knocking. It's fun.
I think I like both. I mean, I like. I'm a podcaster, and I like doing podcast interviews and things like that. So I like coordinating with leaders. But I'm kind of with Marshall. I mean, I like strangers, and I find strangers really interesting. And I think you get an interesting perspective when you talk to a stranger. Although I'll tell you quite frankly, I'm not. I'm in Philly right now. I'm not talking to many strangers, but they're all around me. But I'm not talking to them. Simon, how are you? What are your thoughts on the state of the country? And do you have a political party? And where's your hope for the future of Western society?
Hey Scott, can you guys hear me by the way?
Yep, you sound
Yeah, I can hear you, Simon. Go ahead.
I'm extremely pessimistic for the future of Western civilization. I would not affiliate myself to any political party in the U.S. at the moment. I think there's huge, how do you say it, strides that have to be made in order to reverse what's happening right now culturally. In favor of more freedom, and people have to have a proper understanding of what that looks like. Because I don't see a cultural trend in any positive direction at the moment in the U.S.
Simon, that famous maxim, I would say, by Andrew Bremer, that said, politics is upspring from culture.
Yeah.
So if you want to influence politics, you go upstream or downstream.
Yeah, I think that is largely right. I mean, I think politics is always downstream of culture. I think what's interesting is the Democrats for years have been the influencers of culture through media, through education, things like that. I think what's interesting is Trump turned that around. Trump is a one-man resistance to the left, and he's incredible at this. Right? I mean, I think he's basically he's as good of a weapon as anything the left has, and he just does it by the sheer force of his personality, which is super interesting and intriguing. Yeah, I think he's the best thing the writer's ever had.
I don't know if he's the best we've ever had, but he certainly is the best of the modern era, at least in the last like 10 years.
What was better? Ronald Reagan. Reagan was better.
White Eyes and Howard.
Oh, yeah.
White Eyes and Howard is far better.
Trump actually destroyed. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say it's Trump that destroyed it, but because of how I think Trump reunited like the center left, center right. So like I think like the fight like ideas on the left and right. Because now that everybody's running shifted, like really violent. But now the right basically doesn't stand for any of its original principles. So it's like the right, like because of the policies that Trump had, it's basically just like a party of like basically nothing. It's just like a Trump like left and right. It doesn't have any Trump principles in mind. It's more like games. It was like something like some Trump executives.
I have to jump. Excuse me. I'm finished eating. Sorry. Thank you for letting me speak, Scott and Michael.
Oh, Joe, I'm a huge fan of yours. Come to my stuff. You know I adore you. So, and you know I'm the only school choice Democrat on Clubhouse. So,
That's right. Bye, you guys.
Benjamin,
Great to see you.
Benjamin, look, my friend, I'm putting rooms.
Oh yeah, you're opening a room. That's good. I was graduated from Clubhouse now. I'm now promoting my content and my new DVD, How to Survive in an Islamic Country. It's got all the things you need to know when an Islamic country comes to you, which it probably will come soon.
Now, Benjamin, you're an interesting guy because I think you don't map very clearly politically.
Yeah, no, I don't.
No,
On all your houses.
Well, would you like a fresh five to tell us what's your vision for the country? I mean, what would you, if you could?
I have a pretty simplistic view of history. I see history as being largely a conflict between the Zoroastrians and the Islamicists. And I see the West as being Zoroastrian. I don't acknowledge Judaism as a religion. I don't acknowledge Christianity as a religion. I just call them Zoroastrianism in drag.
So you would say these traditions are part of this thing that came out of the Middle East that's largely monotheistic.
It's a monotheistic dualism.
Okay.
Things are either good or bad and all this kind of categorization. And, and it matters how much good you do, and when you die, somebody gives a damn, right? All of that is Zoroastrian as far as I'm concerned. It's not really present. Like, if you read Job, you wouldn't get the notion that the dominant religious view is a monotheistic, dualistic religion, right? You get this weird kind of God character who plays with his food and has no other redeeming virtues. So I think that religious thought died a long time ago. And what we have today is much more aligned with what the Zoroastrians, the Persians had, 600 BC. And then we have Islam, which is dead set on destroying Zoroastrianism. And I think that one of them is better than the others. I think Zoroastrianism is pretty good. Not great, but it's pretty good. And Islam is just god-awful, horrible, nasty, and must be defeated. I think that it's a shame that we're going to have to elect monsters, cretins, that you wouldn't want your daughter to have anything to do with, right? Like the worst people in the world, in order to defend us from the Islamicists, because the people that you would want to have in government refuse to do it, are incapable of doing it, are so confused. They can't bear to tie their own shoes. So we end up with the politicians we need, not the politicians we want. Because the only agenda item that matters is beating Islam. And that's the only agenda that's mattered for 2,000 years.
So you're a Clash of Civilizations guy, and
probably I am, right? This is all Clash of Civilizations.
Yeah. I hate being that guy, but I'm in your camp. You know, I'm of the same perspective. I think largely we built this thing that is built on, we call it Judeo-Christian, we call it Abrahamic faith, so we could ever say, you know, and we kind of evolved beyond it, right? I mean, there are people like me that you would make fun of because I can't let go of the silly traditions, but you know, you and I are aligned on this kind of perspective that we've got a system that is robust, interesting, pluralistic, diverse. Most of world civilization doesn't do this, and we create tremendous amounts of wealth, right? And you're kind of saying we've got to hold on to it at any cost, and I don't think you're wrong, actually.
Yeah, I'm not usually wrong. I mean, a lot of people have tried to explain to me why I'm wrong. They tend to kind of gurgle a lot. Usually they reduce to something like an ad hoc attack, where they say something like, well, you don't have a college degree, which seems to be their argument. And I was like, well, it's not really going to help you when the Muslims come and decide that you got to believe in Muhammad, or they're going to kill you with a sword.
I've been to 3 academic institutions in my
You
time.
can't hold up your little college credential and say, yeah, but I have a college credential. Like, it's not.
Benjamin, you are as smart as anyone I was in doctoral work with at Princeton. It doesn't mean I agree with you all the time, but I mean, your intellectual capability is not. Yeah, I mean, you're pretty good.
See, I gotta say this, you and I had the exact opposite reaction to like not having a college degree. I dug further into academia and books. I'm not saying you don't read, but you like seem to eschew college degrees and kind of what they represent. Maybe I'm getting your position a little wrong. I think I kind of am. So correct me if it is. It seems like we took 2 totally different lessons from it. Like I want my 4-year degree, and I think it's in my mind it's a bad thing that I didn't finish what I started, and so I want to finish it. I don't know if you ever had the same opportunity, if you just never went to college, but you seem to approach it in a totally different fashion. So.
Well, I have sympathy for people like my friend Scott, who find it difficult to learn on their own, and they need help, and they've got to go find somebody they can pay money to help them learn. It's really a tragic thing to be a human and not know how to learn. It'd be like paying somebody to teach you how to walk. But whatever. I mean, I'm a generous soul. I don't judge.
I was just hoping you would reflect on the difference between the two ways.
I don't judge people for having to pay other people to help them learn. But Look, I think there's a real problem with universities, which is they're sapping our economic vitality. And there's some good research that's come out and really pointed out that what happens is we take people who are kind of medium smart. I mean, smart people don't go to college, to be honest. You think Bill Gates is going to college? You think Mark Zuckerberg is going to spend more than 25 days in college? University is not for smart people. It's for people who want to be smart. Now, the second is the universities are taxing young people, and they're loading them up with debt. So they leave the university with $150,000 in debt, and that really curtails their options. So these people who should be going out and creating new businesses are instead going out and accepting kind of an old school job that they hate, and they sit in there and they rot and they don't do the job very well. They're not very productive. They're not creating new opportunities, and they kind of have to do this because they're sitting on a debt that they can't pay. And so they just kind of like end up winding out, and then they kind of like, they're just kind of like their life ends. And they've actually categorized the amount of new businesses that are missing because we've created a debt-oriented educational, pseudo-educational system. So yeah, I think the pseudo-educational system is at this point harming our vitality, our families. It delays the formation of families. It delays the formation of businesses, and we need families and businesses far more than we need credentials. There's not much you can do with a credential. I don't know if you ever tried to do anything with a credential, but they're pretty useless piece of paper.
Exactly. There's a quote I read today by Carl Sagan that said, the most intelligent people are self-taught, even if they went to the university. And so, and it proves true. You know, Elon wouldn't be, well, Elon did finish, but Gates wouldn't be Gates, or Jobs wouldn't be Jobs, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there's a case in which we've like overemphasized degrees and underemphasized practical learning. But I still, as somebody who never finished school, I regret not finishing school. It's not a piece of my life where I think to myself, God, you know, I escaped that boring old university system. It's a case where I often think to myself, man, you know, I really wish I'd finished my history degree. Right? Like I think about that often.
What do you think?
I had a different approach.
Marshall, what do you imagine is in the history degree?
Nothing. I just want to be able to say I did it. I don't like the fact that I quit something halfway through.
But Marshall, do you really think that a history degree is anything other than a collection of lies that the victors tell themselves?
You know, I don't think it's a collection of lies. I think your point is like, can't I learn that stuff other places? And it is. I think the reason it matters more to me is because I quit halfway through.
Well, what
right? Like I was not in a. Just give me a second. Like I was not in a place, like headspace wise, where school was a good idea. It just wasn't. Like I had a bunch of shit wrong with me, and like couldn't have been told it was wrong with me, but I want that piece. I want to be hidden. Maybe that's stupid, but I want to be able to say I finished what I started.
There you go.
So this is nice. This is wonderful. I'm going to be thanks, guys.
Is Marshall broken up for everybody here?
after reading my Substack, wrote me, "We don't hate the Jews. We just hate the Zionists and the criminal country of Israel." Okay, that's a point of view. And then she went on and on and on, sending me message after message after message, which proves, I put that in quotation marks, that Jews are liars. See, if you're born a Jew, you're a liar. So right there we see that claiming that you're not anti-Semitic, you're just anti-Zionist or anti-Israel, isn't going to cut it any longer. And they're coming out from behind that facade and letting us know. Okay, so with that introduction, I'm going to start calling people in the order in which I see them, and I will be bringing people up from the stage one at a time. From the audience to the stage one at a time. And today I begin with Alan, followed by Howard.
Thank you, Gary. My prayer will be after you, after I read your article. And I think it's a time everybody has started speaking against these nonsense and these haters, which they call you and every single. It's the excuse they come up with. They're trying to justify the criminal act one way or another. And no matter in what way. This is stupid. I just disagree with the Zionism and the state of Israel, but I beat the hell out of the poor Jewish guy going to synagogue in California. Can you see there is no connection in between other than propaganda, and these people grow up with the hate against the Jewish people and so forth and so on. If you look at my picture, I can translate the Persian writing on the picture on my nickname. This stupid idiot reporter of Germany, middle of nowhere, and asked Reza Shah II, "Are you the Mossad agent?" And look at the profound answer he gave. He says, "No, I'm not. But while you and your government were burning the Jewish people in the oven, my grandfather harbored them and helped them to the best he could." Out of nowhere, he comes in, try to use this propaganda and hate just automatically to turn the focus to the hate Reza Shah II. That's all there is to it. If they connected to him, automatically they believe in the rest of the world's gonna hate him. They did that with his father. They couldn't. They wouldn't shredded the evidence he had anything. Jewish, I grow up with Jewish. I grow up with Christian Armenia. They were freely walking around. There was no sign of anything. But you want to take care of probably 60-70% of this, get rid of the cause of it. And it is the regime of Iran. They came to the power with this, but actually, I'm going to start saying exactly what the Iranians say it from inside Iran. The Islamic regime of Jimmy Carter, and you cannot deny that. You cannot pass it on. You cannot do anything. That's the 100%. But enough is enough. I think the whole human race, they need to stand up with this nonsense. Every time I hear some poor Jewish guy, for one reason or another, he got hurt, it breaks my heart. Because I believe in my heart, humans are the same organs of one body. If one organ gets hurt, the rest are going to be hurt. There's no other thing go to it. But when you raise the kids, they go and they put the bomb in their belt and blow themselves up in the bazaar there gotta be something. There's something wrong in those things. All you hear is poor Palestinian, poor Palestinian. Your heart is bleeding for Palestinian. What about the one they go to Iran and beat the hell out of the innocent people on the street? My nephew, she was 12 years old when he says, Uncle, these people don't speak Farsi. They don't understand. All they have these baton in their hand and they beat the hell out of individual. And then where they come from? Palestine. The poor Palestinian. Everybody's heart is bleeding for them because they are dying of hunger. No, they're not. They were the leftover, they were the criminal of the Egyptian which they kicked out. And they didn't have no place, no name, no nothing until that bastard ambassador came around. And the things start going. And right after that, the no human Khomeini came in and it started saying Zionism. Well, we're saying it's Zionism, but Zionism. Zion means the person love his country. He's ready to die for his country. Those 14, 15, 16, 17, 20 years old Jewish people, they joined the IDF by heart to defend their own country. Back to you, Gary. But people need to start talking.
So thank you very much.
They have stopped doing exactly the same.
So thank you, Alan. You're absolutely right that in modern Iran, there was an affinity between the actual body politic of the country by this regime. And it is also true, you're absolutely right, that they are the greatest exporter of terrorism in the world, and their number one targets are not just Israelis and Israel, but Jews. However, I just want to point out that when you're Jewish, you have to have your head on a swivel, because it's not just coming from these Islamic extremists that are running the regime in Iran. It's coming from the far left and it's coming from the far right. And some of the comments that I'm getting as a result of my postings are indicative of commentary that's coming from people who are not necessarily Muslims or not necessarily Palestinians, but who just hate Jews, and they're using these conflicts as an excuse to go after Jewish people. And so that's the problem that the Jewish community faces. You have this organized, state-sponsored organized terrorism coming from one direction, and you have organized hatred coming from the far left, and you have organized hatred coming from the far right, and it's very hard. I mean, we have to seek in this country, as we discussed yesterday, and in the world, some moderation and some middle ground, because people look, and I truly believe what that minister said, Lutheran minister said during the Holocaust. You know, everybody kept quiet when they came after the Jews, and then when they kept quiet when they came after the Gypsies, and when they came after this one and that one. And then he said, and then when they came after me, there was nobody to speak up. That's a paraphrasing, but I think it was a very powerful comment that he made. And I think we have to be cautious that history not repeat itself. When people are suggesting gas ovens for the Jews, allegedly because of what Israel is doing, whether you agree with them or not, is just absolutely indicative. And if they feel comfortable saying this out loud, not just in their little
man caves or in their neighborhood pubs or whatever. Now we've got a problem. Thank you for that, Alan. Howard, followed by Marshall.
Thanks, Gary. And Alan, thanks for sharing your perspective. Gary, unfortunately, I don't really have anything to add. I mean, this is an extremely serious issue that's festering. It's continuing to grow. Just to connect, a couple days ago on this stage, we were talking about the events that happened over the weekend with the correspondence dinner. You had someone on the stage who firmly believed like it was the Democrats calling for the president's assassination, and that person revealed, well, that's what they're seeing on their social media. They believe it. And Marshall said, yeah, it's an algorithm. I don't want to put words in Marshall's mouth, but essentially Marshall was saying people get influenced by the algorithms. And I know today's social media is definitely not helping the cause. I know recently I have a person that I know very closely that is involved with a pretty big summer camp at a JCC in the country. And they've made the decision this summer, and they're going to have over 300 campers at one time, that they are not going to do any off-site field trips. No trips to the zoo, to the park, to a lake. They're keeping everything on the premises because of concerns about violence and the rise in anti-Semitism. And the last thing I'd like to add, Gary, is the thing I'm most concerned about, and especially when I think about my daughter and call it the next generation, that similar to what's happened, as one example with school shootings, whether it was Columbine or what happened at Parkland down in Florida, my other concern is with this rise in anti-Semitism. I think, generally speaking, and it could be because of the way our habits are forming with our news cycles, there's a growing desensitization to it. That it's like, oh, it's not. It's like it's another one. Like it's not as big of a deal as the shocking and the horror of the actual event in isolation is. And then, Gary, there's one thing I will disagree with you on because I see it personally in my interactions. You're saying the anti-Semitism, it's either far left or far right. There's growing anti-Semitism straight in the middle. Just people have views and attitudes based on current events. And I've come across people who actually are sharing their anti-Semitic viewpoints, and they're not radically on the left or on the right. They're basically what I would just call someone who's a citizen in the middle. And with that, Gary, I'll crash Skyland right now.
So that last observation is accurate, and I'm not disputing it. It's even worse. Having your head on swivel is not enough. You got to look straight ahead. And I think your descriptive analysis of what's going on with the summer camp. Can you imagine any other group getting together? A group of whatever it is that brings them all together, another religious group, having a summer camp, as many do, and you can't take the children to the zoo or the museum for fear of being attacked just because you are a member of a certain faith. Is that happening to any other faith group in the United States? I don't think so. And again, just because you're born into a faith doesn't mean you have anything to do with the decisions of Israel. And I'm not here to argue for or against Israeli policy. That's not my point. It's okay to criticize the Israeli government. It's okay to support the Israeli government. It's not okay to intimidate and attack Jewish people because of what the Israeli government does. And yet, it happens with a degree of impunity in our nation. And not enough people are standing up to it. that includes Jews. We need to be tougher, but that's another story. Thank you, Howard. Marshall, followed by Scott.
Well, I feel for my Jewish friends. I wish there was something more I could do aside from speak out. I don't know what you can do personally other than when you find it, oppose it. Participate if your local synagogue needs something, like help out. I don't know. Hating black people and hating Jews seem to be two of the oldest kind of hatreds in the world. I don't. This is where I get pessimistic about human beings. That seems to be rather easy for society to blame Jews. I don't know what the history of blaming Jews in China is, but seems like things get tough. You blame the Jews. I'm not talking about those that criticize the Israeli government. I agree with you. They ought to have their right to have their opinion. I'm talking about the folks that are specifically anti-Jewish. That seems to be rising with an alarming regularity. And I don't know what you do about it. I wish I had something better to say or more encouraging. But I don't know what you do about it aside from in your private life, stand up against it. Make sure where you have influence, you speak out against it. Make sure where you can put yourself in the way and protect people, you do. But short of that and joining organizations that help out, I don't know what an individual can do on their own. I don't want it to be one of these things where we just have this show and we just lament that this is happening. If there are any organizations people get involved in, obviously that's the way to do it. Find nonprofits helping out, help out. But that's about how that hits me. I don't know, my local temple needs something, I'd be happy to help. So I'll leave it there. I don't know how to say much more. I think I've said all I have to say.
Well, Jews have been expelled and scapegoated for centuries, long before the establishment of the State of Israel. In 1290, expelled from England. In 1306, expelled from France. In 1492, expelled from Spain. Then it picked up after the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948. 1 million Jews forced out of Arab and Muslim countries, including Iraq, Yemen, Lebanon, Syria. Under the Roman Empire, there was an expulsion that triggered a nearly 2,000-year diaspora.
Yeah, it's 70 AD, I think.
Right. That was long before, obviously, the establishment of the State of Israel. And that doesn't include expulsion from specific cities or regions, not entire nations, leading to forced migration. There's plenty of documentation of all of this. So this nonsense that they're coming after the Jews because of Israel's treatment of the Palestinians is ridiculous. If it weren't the Palestinians, it would be another reason. Previously it was they controlled the finances, or they control the media.
Like I said, it seems to be like it's one of the oldest hatreds in the Western world.
Right. And there's no history of the Jewish people rising up against their neighbors. So one might argue with Israel, but one could also argue that this is in response to attacks on Israel, just like any other nation state might do. But there's, and historically the Jews did not get together and go massacre populations. And the number of Jews in the world is so minuscule.
There's like 16 million people, something like that.
have to look up the latest figures on it.
It's
but
15
like,
million. Yeah.
You know, it's like, okay, now if you get rid of all the Jews, now what are you going to do? What are you going to do then? Who are you going to turn your hatred to then? Or are you going to be living in some kind of utopian world? Oh my God, the world suddenly got better. By the way, when it comes to the state of Israel, people who hate the state of Israel think it should be wiped off the map. Ought to look at all the contributions Israelis have made to society in the medical field, in the technology field. We wouldn't be talking on our iPhones right now if it weren't for what the Israelis developed. Others are building the iPhone, but it was the Israelis who developed it. We wouldn't be using our car navigation. We wouldn't have, maybe eventually somebody else would have come up with it, but we wouldn't have pacemakers and so many other things. Good reason to get rid of the Israelis and the Jews for their contributions. It's, as Mr. Spock would say to Captain Kirk, illogical. Scott, followed by Dave.
Gary, you're killing me with the Spock reference. By the way, both Jews, Shatner and Leonard Nimoy were both Jews. But and I'm a huge Star Trek guy. If you turn down the volume on Wrath of Khan, I can say all the lines. I would say where the anti-Semitism is rooted is in Genesis 37. If you look at it. So, Joseph saves the people of Egypt and saves the whole world through his storehousing and of grain. And the Pharaoh says in that chapter of the Bible, your people can be where, we owe you. But you can only be in Dothan because people hate shepherds. I mean, the Egyptians just hate shepherds. And I think that's part of the thing. I mean, I think why people hate Jews is because they've been able to have identity without power, which the Western world just doesn't understand. And it finds, the Jewish people have had a sense of continuity and connection without political power. And sometimes they've, had some influence and sometimes they haven't. But that is, and then I think, it's very interesting. Scott Galloway, who is a secular Jew and, a pretty prominent guy, in public discourse, his argument was we're just not comfortable with Jews waging war the way Gentiles do. So we would have been comfortable with a defensive war or something, right? Which no one fights, right? Everybody fights asymmetrically. If you have the advantage, you press it and you force it. Just what everybody does. But we're not comfortable when Jews do it. And it goes back to Genesis 37 on the fact that Jews are shepherds. And, what is Israel? What is Egypt? Egypt is not a shepherd. They're a manufacturing sort of agrarian mega power. And that's just not how Israel has survived. And we're just fundamentally, we don't like it. We just fundamentally don't like it. I mean, in the West, we just, the anti-Semitism is so deep in our bones, which I think if we could admit it, that would be great. Like, I mean, we could, admitting racism, admitting anti-Semitism, admitting, it's just so hard to do. So yeah, I don't know. But I think they're the best liberal democracy in the region, and if I could go volunteer for the IDF, I would do it, but can't do it now. But thanks for the room, Gary.
Thank you, Scott. Dave, followed by Perusian.
So since Scott talk about Bible, I would try to explain your observation that why there's anti-Semitic coming from the far left, far right, as well as the center. It all date back to 70 AD when Jews are distributed throughout the whole world. And so it's clearly stated in the Old Testament, which Scott say, but not the chapter that he's talking about, but Ezekiel 30, that one day God will bring Jews from all corners back to the land of Israel. And so that is written in Old Testament. And so for the Christian early church, when they look at it, land of Israel, bringing back land of Israel, Jews already disappeared all over the world. How should we deal with this controversy? How should the Christian deal with it? So what they do is they come up with a theology that is totally contradictory to the Old Testament, and this lasted 1,900 years into the total 2.5 billion Christian, except those Christians in the red state of the United States. That is a bad situation, the deep-rooted hate of Christians toward the Jews. Because of this failure to have faith in what is written in Old Testament, and this problem lasted 1,900 years. And after the independence of Israel in 1948, the Pope had to struggle with this. What should we do? Now, the Bible in the Old Testament actually is coming to the truth. And so the Pope in Vatican struggled for another 7 years before finally a Pope said, we have to start recognize there is a physical Israel. But in 2026, if you speak to Catholic from South America, from those swing states, from Europe and other part of the world, there's no physical Israel. It's contradiction. It's church replacing physical Israel. And this is why you have young Catholic like Candice Orban, all this shouting about anti-Semitic and so on. So that is the foundation, right? And then for the left is that after the exile of the Jews in 70 AD, then came Islam about 600 years later, and they say, look, the church is against the Jews, so shall we. And so there came the Quran, you have to kill Jews. And so this explains the far left, right? You have Hassan Piker, right? That's the Democrat is endorsing him. He's the #1 Democrat Party representative of anti-Zionist. And anti-Zionist is a bullshit of another word of anti-Semitic, right? So Hassan Piker is the loudest voice now in the left of the Democrat. And because of this and other factor, you have recently Alan Dershowitz, is very hard to pronounce his name, right? He has been Democrat since 14 years old, and now he's close to 80 years old, and he publicly announced, from now on, I'm a Democrat. I can't take any more bullshit coming from Democrats, which is totally anti-Zionist, anti-Semitic, right? So, but why are we seeing the rise of threat level in UK? It's all coming from the mother of propaganda machine, which is since 1979, the Iranian Murad IRGC regime, like Aaron said, these are the propaganda machine behind pro-Palestine. Why? People who support pro-Palestine, they don't see the connection. Where these people get the money from? The mother of tentacle, which is Murad IRGC regime. This funded a lot of this propaganda machine, so much that if you are in the center of US, because of YouTube algorithm, you're bound to get all this anti-Semitic narrative. The question is why now? Because Trump is putting so much pressure on Iran, Murad and IRGC regime now. It's all who blink first in order for the Iran, Murad, IRGC regime.
Wait, that explains the uptick of Jew hatred in both the UK and the United States?
Yeah, because they have to quickly, the whole ideology of Murad IRGC regime is to bring down the whole world and
depends who they influence it, but I doubt the majority of Jew hatred in the United States is coming from the country of Iran.
Let me explain.
Okay,
So the whole idea is the Murad regime promotes end time of Islamic world, right? And this end time of Islamic world it involves shooting missile to the Gulf state. And so the Muslims say, my God, we are in the end world. So we have to start killing Jews. Otherwise, by the time we reach the judgment day, we have to be peaceful.
Unfortunately, a lot of the attacks on the Jews, probably most of the attacks on the Jews in the United States, I won't say this is true for Europe. It's not coming from the Muslims. All of this organized nonsense that occurred on the college campuses did not come from the Muslims. It came from the far left. So I think you speak too much in absolutes on this issue, David. So, for example, you said a moment ago the Democratic Party is entirely anti-Semitic. And I think even you know that that's hyperbole on your part. Hakeem Jeffries, Cory Booker, Richie Torres, Dan Goldman, who is Jewish, these are just off the top of my head. They've been vocal supporters of Israel in combating anti-Semitism. There are Democratic advocacy groups, like the Democratic Majority for Israel, which promotes pro-Israel policies within the party, and then they back candidates who support those views. And Jews are well represented within the Democratic Party. A significant percentage of Jews are Democratic elected officials in Congress. I don't know the exact number. I can look it up. So to say, what's that?
I don't disagree if you speak to Alan Dershowitz. He's a Democrat since 14 years old. Why he now publicly wrote that he's switching to Republicans?
Well, because there is some within the Democratic Party anti-Semitism that is beginning to raise its head, and the party is struggling with how to handle that, because they have this open tent philosophy that we're open to everyone. So they try to accommodate everyone. So how do I accommodate the anti-Semite without the Michigan case is a prime example. The Muslim guy running for the Board of Regents as a Democrat at the University of Michigan at the state convention, I discussed it the other day. He was cheered on and nominated, acing out the incumbent Jewish guy after posting a tweet in support of Hezbollah, because you don't want to be seen as a Democrat as, God forbid, being anti-Muslim, and if you stand up to this guy for his support of terrorism, it may be misinterpreted as being not anti-terrorism, but anti-Muslim. So the Democratic Party is having a difficult time, which you don't see institutionalized in the Republican Party. And so as a result of that, and as a result of some prominent members of the Democratic Party making statements about the right of Israel to exist, etc., and I know you know to whom I am referring, there are Jews who have traditionally been Democratic voters who are now leaving the party, not just the example that you give, but I know many Jews who are at least considering themselves no longer Democrats and independents, many of them now declaring themselves to be Republicans. So that's the reason. I think that's the reason why, David, is far more nuanced, though, I believe, than the way you present.
I agree the way you point out is much more accurate. And what I want to go back is the campus. So the whole idea is the campus protest is a recruitment of the far left, recruitment of the student. How do you recruit them? indoctrinate that into the university curriculum, and where the money come from the Middle East. The whole idea is the end-time ideology bring down the whole world by systematically indoctrinate the West, so that they have this idea of pro-Palestine everything. Everything is to bring down the whole world, recruit the far left, try to provoke the far right, and then keep on telling the Muslim living in the West, you want to kill the Jewish now, do it now. Otherwise, you are running out of time. Thank you.
I think you're absolutely correct about the undue influence of certain Arab countries on our universities, and there's been some research into that recently as a result of the attacks on Jewish students on campus. Because once again, because they are Jewish, and because they might support the state of Israel, they are legitimate targets. How dare you have that point of view when my point of view is the righteous, moral, and ethical point of view? So you are deserving, by virtue of your faith of birth, of whatever pressure I can put on you. And some of that pressure, and I have documented it in my reporting, has been academically based. I have done stories about students whose grade point average was diminished because of their views on Israel. So it's pretty obvious that there's a causation there with all of that money flowing in. You're absolutely right about that, Dave. Perusian followed by agent.
Hello, Gary, everybody.
Hello.
Sorry, was making coffee. It's a little bit late here in Germany. So just want to share also my concerns about the rise of this anti-Semitism in also Europe. And as I understand now, as I wrote that article that you've shared, I was shocked about that incident in Manhattan. We also in Germany, I know that the German officials are also concerned about the security situation. I know that security has been leveled up. So me, myself, I am working in different projects with also the Jewish community here in our state, very trustfully since more than 14 years. And maybe I just want to share that we have founded an association that is studying about the roots of anti-Semitism in Iran, especially because since the state where I'm located in Germany, it is the state of concentration camps of Buchenwald, sadly the city of Erfurt, the company of Topf and Söhne were the producers of the crematorium, so that has been used in Auschwitz and all the other concentration camps around Europe. So the local government and city has a huge asset of knowledge about the history and unbelievable size of this of the Shoah and of this human catastrophe. This is some kind of reason why we are trying to transfer and translate this knowledge for the Iranian audience to understand. During our study, we found out that really anti-Semitism in Iran is the biggest part is a modern phenomenon. The first, actually, Jews lived in Iran since more than 2,700 years. So compared to the living of the Jews in Germany, it is 3,000 or 2,000 years more. So the Jews lived in Iran, and during they lived in Iran, we were once Zoroastrian, then we changed our religion.
A
Or we
mayoral
have
decree.
been forced to
I will
change our
request the
religion
federal U.S. Attorney
to
Andrew
Islam,
Bucharest to suspend the
Islam,
Safety Act and
and
bring suit against the
we
state of
have
Illinois,
majority
Democrat
of
representative
Iran has
Christian
been
Brennan,
forced to change
Eileen
their
Burke,
religion
forced
to
the U.S.
Shiite.
Supreme Court to
So we
determine the
have been witness
constitutionality of the Safety Act.
of changing our or the country immensely during thousands of years. So there were historical roots and family marriages between the people who were once Zoroastrian. Nowadays it happened that they are Shiite. So, but in their soul, we are sure. Me myself, my parents are rooted in Hamadan, the city of Esther, and Matachai in the city of Purim. So we have, of course, a lot of Jewish people in our roots, in our family in the past centuries. So we Iranian lived with the Jewish people in more than friendship and harmony, but the phenomenon of the Tsar in Russian Russian
Okay.
Empire rooted anti-Semitism came to Iran with this massive book, the Protocol of the Voice of the Zion. It was a propaganda book that sometimes sadly is still discussed in some.
Came out of Russia originally.
Exactly. This is the first wave of anti-Semitism in Iran in the modern history. Cities of Tabriz, Urumiyeh, Hamadan, Kermanshah, their elites, those who could, the sons of, or the people who could send their sons and daughters to study foreign languages, they came to touch with that madness book. And
Good
the
evening, I'm John.
second wave is the German-rooted anti-Semitism that was huge. The Germans came to Iran and told them fairy tales like we are Aryan people. At the same time, he found out here in concentration camp of Buchenwald, Samuel Hushmand, Iranian doctor who has had his practice in Frankfurt am Main, was captured and killed and murdered in Buchenwald. Two other Iranian people, we have found out their names and we have every information about them. And we are studying about it and translating the information for the Iranian audience, an open online information. So just want to land my point. The third wave is the socialist-made, pro-Palestine-made anti-Semitism. Of course, we had also, and we have Islamic-rooted, deeply Islamic, and in the Sunnite tradition, existing anti-Semitism. So we have then four different problems we have to face. But I think with that, I want to land my point. I think the Iranian people are, compared to the development of the other parts of the world, Iranian are thinking exactly in the other way. We want and we love to reduce the tensions with the Jewish people. We slowly are studying our own history and studying the roots of madness in Europe. We understand that the Jewish people has been once took hostage by the Romans and took in chains to Europe and the Roman Empire. And now, after all this pogroms, and all this, what they have seen in Spain, in Great Britain, in Germany, in Ukraine, in Poland, they have found back to their roots, to our neighborhoods, to Shalim, to the Holy Land. I would be happy and I would work for us to live in harmony, all the people of this Abrahamic religions to live together. Other solution, there ain't no other solution. Either we live all in peace together in harmony and let the Jewish people be back again in their roots. Because me, honestly, I have to say that as if I were a Jew, I couldn't count of the mercy of the British people to let them live there, or the mercy of the German people to give them another time. Germany, for them to trust Germany, that no, never ever will happen. That stuff. So it is necessary for them to have their own country. We haven't understood that modern phenomenon 70, 80 years now. I think that is the time that we learn to live in harmony with our Jewish neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to kind of reset the room a little bit and go back to what's going on in London today, in addition to what we've already discussed. A yeshiva in London today, we do not know the cause at this point, but there was a major fire there. I want to, not that they're listening, but if they were to be listening, I just feel compelled to publicly thank the fire brigade there in London, because they immediately ran into that religious school and removed the Torah scrolls to turn it over to the leaders of the community, save the scrolls. That's the first thing they did. So, thank you to the firefighters of London. There's just so much going on there. The Prime Minister went to the area of the stabbing and was called a traitor. He was heckled because he went to show support for the Jewish community. You're a traitor, Mr. Prime Minister. There were people today driving down the roadway in London, waving Palestinian flags, and they were shouting, F the Jews, rape their daughters. F the Jews, rape their daughters. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. So they feel unencumbered now. They feel like they have the right to go and do these kinds of things. And maybe they do. I don't know what the law is in the United Kingdom. I think they have similar free speech guarantees as we do in the United States. If you want to scream insults at the Prime Minister for supporting the Jews, I guess you can. It's just that, if some Muslims were attacked for their religion, God forbid, and the Prime Minister went out to show support for them, would people be calling him a traitor for supporting a community within his nation that came under attack? I really would hope not. Thank you for that, Perusian. We'll go to Agent, followed by our Maze.
Gary, thank you for having me. I think, zooming out a bit, there's a few things to say here, but I keep being reminded of this term that I think describes our current political system in the West, or at least increasingly in many Western countries, and that is anarcho-tyranny. It's a political system where the state fails to enforce basic laws against criminals, while simultaneously over-regulating and punishing law-abiding citizens. The other day, for instance, I was in California and my car was broken into. All of my things were stolen. My IDs, my computers, a huge amount of my life, my work computers, everything. I could even see a lot of it moving on the air tags and stuff, but the local defunded police agency is in a highly defensive posture. They said when all the things were settled and whatever, they could maybe send a police escort for me to go and confront my, if I could go collect my things and they'd maybe send someone to accompany me.
Okay, so what does that have to do with today's? I'm
Well,
sure there's a correlation.
It does relate. I mean, it's just top of mind for me. I'm not trying to make it about me and my situation, but I think it relates to this concept that we are not focusing on the basic things that are going to keep people safe in society. People are more concerned with defending the status of, they're more concerned with not offending people by public officials, for instance, or by people with high status in society, rather than actually protecting the citizens and the population. And I think Jews, as many people talked about earlier, become a particular target for hate and for just victimization from a lot of different people. And at the same time, we live in the West is increasingly moving towards low trust society. If people are familiar with that concept, it moved from a high trust to a low trust. So it used to be you could walk down the street, you could park on the street, you could do things, and you could go to synagogue and you wouldn't be attacked by your neighbors. But if we have these open societies where we explicitly, the government, the anarcho-tyrannic government, explicitly has policies that, in order not to appear bigoted in any way, or maybe even worse, to like try to undo the wrongs of whatever some injustices they imagine. Well, we're going to let in people en masse, and maybe even not in an orderly and legal way, that will that we know, if we actually are honest with ourselves, and they tell us very openly that they will explicitly target people like Jews, and they want to wipe Jews out, and Jews are their enemy, back to their holy books and everything. But no, that would be wrong to treat people, to collectively judge, millions of people entering from different parts of the world by those types of standards. That would be contrary to the liberal values of individualism and freedom and equality and all these things. So of course we would not take that into account. And we treat everyone, and then when the synagogues get attacked, and when Jews are murdered in the streets and so forth, it's like, oh, this is terrible. Oh, anti-Semitic. We won't even say who's doing it, because that would be wrong to name, people by a group. But it's just we'll just
who's doing it.
We'll overgeneralize it to the whole population and just say, oh, anti-Semitism.
Well, yeah, but that's because both sides of the aisle have a problem with it. The left's got a problem with it, and the far right has a problem with it. It's both ends.
To me, that's not.
It's both ends of our
society. I'm not part of that, Marshall. I can guarantee you, I am not part of those groups.
Bro, I'm a moderate Republican, and I'm not part of that stat. My point was, it infects both sides. It's a hatred that's universal.
I don't know. It's not universal. It's not universal, Marshall. It's not universal. Thank you. I'm done speaking.
You may think that. My experience in the Republican Party tells me we have just as big a problem with it amongst. But you're welcome to think what you like, but trying to make it one political side over the other doesn't really do the job.
What about in England, Marshall?
In England, I don't know whether it's one side or not. From talking to my English friends, I get the feeling that a lot of them are Palestinian supporting. I don't get it.
On your political party thing onto this, and I'm not even talking about political parties.
Okay, thank you, Marshall and Agent. We'll go to Armaze, followed by Les.
Thank you, Gary. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone, or good morning. This is really sad. I don't like to hear that kind of stuff where Jewish people or any other group is being attacked, right? Or the threats of attack. I'm always making references to Mexico, and we have a huge community, a Jewish community here in Mexico City, and we don't have problems like that. You know, we have Claudia Sheinbaum, right? And you know, Gary earlier was talking about how Jewish attorneys were protecting Black Americans when no one else would protect them. Maybe it's time for the Jewish community and the Latino community or Hispanic community, in particular the Mexicans, that we unite, that we come together. Thank you for the mic, Gary.
Well, I did my part. I married a Mexican woman. If that helps you with your project here, means less versus less, followed by Andrew.
So anti-Semitism coming from the Middle East is as old as Islam. Muhammad wiped out large swaths of Jews in Arabia because they didn't accept his religion, and that continued. The Grand Imam of Jerusalem during World War II met with Adolf Hitler and asked that they deport the Jews. And Hitler was not ready to take them. He said in due time. But they were rearing to go. And, you know, if these guys in Britain don't want to live among British Jews, maybe they should leave Britain. Thank you.
And thank you, Les. Andrew, you're up.
Hey, Gary, thanks for bringing me up. Yeah, I would say, you know, there's a variety of things that are contributing to this. Of course, we know social media is. And I really think that is accelerating this anti-Semitism because it's just, it reaches so many people so fast. So it is my opinion that if this is indeed an emergency, as you suggest, and as I think you're correct, that these media companies, these social media companies, these technology companies are held to a high standard above which they are not being held now, both in terms of regulation as well as in terms of prosecution. Because it is on their platform that these things are being done. We have a tool that they are cramming down our throats as the savior of mankind, and that is called AI. Certainly this tool can be trained and is being trained in some regions to spot anti-Semitic tropes, to spot code words, to spot the context of a sentence, of something that somebody's saying. So we have the tools available. Also the algorithms, they should be made more public so that we can understand exactly, is this driving people to other information that is similar in order to keep them on that platform? So all of these things, I think, have to be taken into consideration. And I think the final thing is education, and that has to start in school. I don't remember if I ever had any Holocaust education. They're now doing that in Alberta and Saskatchewan as mandatory courses. I just saw today, actually, which I think is a good thing. My introduction to this came at a little local store in Calgary where we would go, discount store. My mom would buy clothes and stuff there. And the proprietors were a Jewish couple from Eastern Europe. You could tell by their accent. They were heavily accented. Lovely people, lovely man. And he showed me his number. I didn't really understand then, maybe 12. I didn't really understand the significance of it, but it always stuck with me. And I then went on to find out myself. So that experience really hit me hard. And why would somebody have a tattoo on them? So a number tattoo. So I think that education has to be a critical element towards all this. All of these things have to be taken together and used as remedies. It'll never go away. We were just talking about it, how long this has been around. There's always people out there that have these vile attitudes. But if we can at least curtail the spread of it so easily without any responsibility for these companies, I think that's a good first step. Thank you, Gary.
So there's no way that these social media companies are going to be able to police every little thing that's put onto their programs. However, they operate on this philosophy of birds of a feather stick together. And so if I am a photography buff, as I am, and I look on any social media site at postings by photographers or about photography, I will suddenly have driven to me, this is getting to your algorithm point, Andrew, I will suddenly be driven to all of these postings about photography. I won't see postings on other things that I might also be interested in because I haven't, quote, told, close quote, the social media site that I was interested in these other topics. So they can use the algorithms to dispel some of the support system that they are accommodating for hatred. They could adjust their algorithms so that if a person is spewing out the kind of hatred that I documented in my piece that's linked above, the gas chamber statement, is not seen by other people who also have anti-Semitic views, so they don't get ginned up. It's sort of like pedophilia. I think they try their best to suppress pedophilia on their programs, and they make it difficult, I think. I don't know, because this is not one of my interests, thank God, but my impression anyway is, and I stand to be corrected, that they make it difficult for the pedophilias to find others whose commentary would make them feel that their proclivities are normalized. So I think you're onto something here, and I would tell you that given the amount of legal duress companies like Meta are under right now with these lawsuits about these AI companions and how they might affect the minds of the developing minds of children, negatively, obviously. That if I were the head of one of these major social media programs, I would tell my extremely talented staff of developers to develop algorithms that dissuade people from sharing their views of hatred with other people who have similar proclivities. What do you think about that, Andrew? Do you think that's possible?
I think they have the tools. What they need is the will, and they've forever been. Oh, it's not us. We're just the platform. We're not responsible for what's said on it. But we know that that's a lie. That's not true. If I host a party full of Nazi sympathizers, then or they just come. Well, I'm still I want to get them out of there. But just to your point, Sam Altman is now being sued by residents of Thunder Ridge after that shooting in British Columbia because of their inaction. And I think this is what needs to happen. They need to be held accountable. they need to be hit in the pocket, and in large sums too, because these people are making billions. And Grok, I mean, Elon Musk just refused to go to France for questioning because of what his AI platform had produced in terms of pedophilia and weird, or not weird, but sexual content. So, you know, yeah, they need to be held accountable. Sorry, that's the way I feel.
Yeah.
They have the tools, they have the technology. It's like the $6 million man. Come on.
So the reason they have these algorithms the way they do is to try to get you addicted to the program, so that when I go onto Threads or onto X or onto Facebook or onto YouTube, whatever it is that it thinks that I'm interested in, I'm going to get. So I get my shot of dopamine, you know? If you look back to the history of all this, to the history of Facebook, it was originally established so that a bunch of friends at a college, at a university, could keep in touch with one another. And then it expanded into a global community where we could keep in touch with our friends. And if you're an earlier user of Facebook, you will recall that on your timelines, you would see what your friends are doing. What's Scott up to today? What's Howard up to today? What's Austin doing? Because they're my friends on Facebook, and they're posting things that are important to them, and maybe things that are happening in their lives. You know, Austin got a new job. He posts it so all of his friends can see it. He's not posting it so that strangers can see it. Why do strangers give a damn whether Austin got a new job? And so that's how their algorithms once worked. We were using Facebook to keep in touch with our friends. Now all these people who they call Facebook friends are people we've never met, and we are grouped with them based on interests, not based on friendships, because that keeps us coming back, and that makes their program more valuable. That's why they do it.
Yeah, so I think with the education, the digital literacy, that's also a key on it for young people to learn how to use this technology, learn the pitfalls in this technology, learn to recognize misinformation, etc. It's hard for me to know what's misinformation just by quote unquote looking at it, which I can't do. But I know it's out there, so I'm suspect. But you need to have that kind of suspect when you're on the internet. I remember my sister, when she got on the internet, the first thing I told her is, first off, it'll teach you how to use it. Secondly, don't believe anything you see on it. And if you go into these chat rooms, most of them are not going to be good chat rooms. They're going to be on subjects that you're not going to like. So just, you've got to be aware, and you've got to be discerning.
I hope the Critical Thinking Forum is the exception, Andrew.
Some parts of it.
Thank you, Andrew. Austin, followed by David.
Hey, thank you, Gary. Thank you for hosting this room. Is my microphone working well? It says I'm having some connection.
Yeah, you're loud and clear.
All right, perfect. Yeah, the first thing I wanted to say about joining the stage to mention, like, the greatest generation really is the greatest generation amongst British people who lived through the mid-century and the early part of the 20th century. And I'm an elder millennial, folks who had a lot of contact with the greatest generation. I think a lot of British identity was around, we defeated the Nazis. And I imagine so many of these greatest generation would be rolling in their grave. Just imagine the side of the bombing of London, and they're seeing Nazi ideology circulate and be embraced by terrorists. It's utterly obscene. And then age when there was the mention of social media, we're dealing with a serious enemy and a seriously organized enemy. I was very young when 9/11 happened. I I remember it, and I remember the changes, and I remember some of the harshness with having to remove my shoes to go through airplanes, and all this was established. How the hell did we forget this? Because the science of social media virality and the science of influence, it's not some dark art. You can learn it in like a 201, 301 class without a lot of marketing courses. This is accessible to so many people. We have had terrorist groups spreading misinformation, disinformation, and psychological warfare. And this is a very serious issue, and it's a true issue. Every clubhouse I'm friends with has heard that the Islamic Republic, Islamofascist nation, is putting together TikTok videos with Legos to create propaganda. Think about it, Legos. It's just utterly obscene. And we're not taking it seriously, and we have the science to take care of it. And I must say, I'm really glad that King Charles is in charge. I was very, as you mentioned, Gary, I'm so glad I sent you that link a while ago. He is an exceptional monarch. He's probably in the top 1 percentile of monarchs throughout history. That speech he gave to Congress was magnificent, and it's interesting to have a king who became a king at old age.
And you know what? You want to know something? It was a diplomatic speech, and he's not a comedian, but unlike Jimmy Kimmel, he made me laugh.
Yeah, truly brilliant. I mean, it's so interesting that his coronation was around the retirement age of most people, but he's just accumulated so much wisdom. He's very in touch with the norms of the greatest generation, and he knows what it means to be British. And he embraces modernism to a good degree. And it's just absolutely terrible. Like, just confusion and irony. Like, throughout the history of Palestine was a European colonial endeavor. And to see the irony of people so unlearned, so biblically illiterate, that they can't look at a map and see the Hebrew words of the ancient cities, or the ancient cities that were from Hebrew language and became Islamicized during various caliphates. It's just boggles my mind. But again, I guess it's a theme that keeps coming up. We're living a pick-your-own adventure book. We need to talk to our friends. We need to speak with the downtrodden and confused. And we need to elect leaders that are truly leaders and truly care about people. And I love London and I love grad school, and this is just deeply disturbing. Really brought me down to see what happened with all the attacks on universities. I want to get more degrees very soon, and part of delaying was definitely that spring of hatred that popped up. And it's just so strange. Like I said, like, what happened? We developed all these plans during 9/11. Are there these contingency plans that were drafted then, and someone just threw away the paper files, what to do if there's co-option or psychological information, disinformation, propaganda of terrorist groups? These are very concerning things. And I miss London being, I mean, I'm sure London's still fabulous for the most part, but it's such a cosmopolitan city. And higher education, what I loved about it is how collegial it was and how we came together as a community. And I hope I'll find that again. Be really disappointed. These days I'm really cognizant of my Ashkenazi roots and more connected with the spirituality. I'll be really disappointed. I cringe every time I see headlines of anti-Semitism on campus. It's antithetical to the purpose of a learned society. We need to avoid illiberalism and hell and scapegoating. We need to choose good leaders, and we need to make an impact locally. And I don't know how to address trolls and stuff, but there's some of us that are very learned in the psychological sciences and marketing science. Maybe there needs to be like a service corps of public relations professionals, because I don't know what's happened with the PR, the public relations world perception of Israel. It's an ancient nation.
So, Austin, you mentioned your dismay about the denigration or the degrading of a lot of things and places in society. You mentioned London in particular, as we have throughout our discussion here today. I have a friend, she's a university dean, and she and her husband and their preschool son went on a trip to London with great anticipation of having a wonderful time, and came back feeling that they were nervous the entire time they were there because of the atmosphere of the city. And they subsequently didn't have the time that they had anticipated when they went. So I don't know. I'm not there. I haven't visited London. I don't know what the situation is there. I haven't talked to her in depth about it. But she said that to me. So I know that's anecdotal, but they didn't feel comfortable in London. I don't know whether anybody ever said anything to them or anything like that, but whether there were nuanced things going on, but they just did not feel comfortable.
I imagine the graffiti and dumb posters from dumb kids that are illiterate about history. It's just unfortunate. And, I think King Charles will try to do something about it, and I hope the future of the monarchy embraces this wisdom that we saw with Charles and Elizabeth.
Well, I will tell you, and it's not supposed to come from the king and the queen, Camellia, but it's supposed to come from the elected government, and the elected government is starting to get it. The prime minister went to the location of the attack. He came under duress for doing so. Well, maybe that comes with the territory of being prime minister. You have to open yourself up to that. And the various offices, they're quoted in my story above. They're taking this very seriously, what's going on there. And I don't know that we in the United States have caught up with the British government's understanding, our government, that is, of how serious a problem it is right now. And maybe they will serve as an example to the United States. I hope so. Thank you, Austin. We'll go to David, followed by Hulk.
Yeah, another sobering topic, Gary, unfortunately. There's so many issues that are raining down on the outcome of what we've seen in London and here in America. I enjoyed your article, although I didn't enjoy the content. I enjoyed the way you wrote it, documented it. But there's a lot of hate in the world, Gary. There's a lot of hate that's being disseminated, and it comes from all sorts of sources and parts of the world. And folks are aggrieved, or they feel backs against the wall, or they don't like what they're seeing. They want to blame somebody. They want to blame something. They want to attack. They want to lash out. And a lot of times that is irrational. It's guttural. It's visceral, and it impacts minorities. Impacts the weakest in society, or the most vulnerably exposed to what it is they're perceiving as being the cause of the pain that they're seeing in the world today. I mean, God forbid, Gary, that this United States would produce such smart and sophisticated, or at least educated children that's had to score well in these SATs and write these commanding essays and to best their peers to get into these universities, to only then, as you put it, adopt these anti-Semitic positions against Jews or their fellow Jewish classmates in a rabid form of response to what they're seeing play out in the Middle East. But transpose that to a radical in London, somebody that's raised in a poor area of London under theocratic strictures and not able to really enjoy the West or have the opportunities that the West provides. And then that person, I'm making the argument that a lot of the terrorism that London and the UK and other parts of Europe have experienced has been homegrown terrorism by actual residents born in those countries. They're not from another part of the world coming to London per se, although there are examples of that. But they're people who grew up with these ideas toward the West and toward the very country that they're allowed to live in and have these freedoms. And so, we want answers, we want remedies, we want solutions for the problems and the pain and the stuff that we're involved with as a government. And particularly when there's military and arms involved and mass destruction of buildings and people and life, limb and property. And nobody wants to sit down and have a dialogue about, okay, well, how did we get here? There's many arguments and articles given obviously about the Iran war, the genesis of all these issues, and we can pinpoint that the oil and the control of that from the very get-go is a byproduct of the geopolitics that continue to haunt us today, and particularly with regards to terrorism, anti-Semitism, which is somehow married with the whole international issues that we face in the Middle East. But as you said, Gary, things to forget what we use as an excuse for what ails us as a society. If Jews didn't exist, who would we blame? There would be somebody else. There would be some other culture. There would be, and of course, Gary, I want to just, I have a stage here with limited time. Other people want to speak. It's very hard to parse these massive issues out here on the stage, but for the most part, I think at the end of the day, the United States, Britain, the West, we need to do a better job of reminding, what's it going to do? Should we have a Holocaust museum in every city? And should we invest in that? Should we invest in that in Europe? Do we not do that post World War II? It's going to happen in the West. But with that, I think that would be responsible for policy that we have to mitigate the harm ourselves properly. And stop doing what they're doing. It's mind-boggling to think how we solve the problem. How do we get to it? Abby's on the stage and she's articulated the money and the time and the energy committed to sourcing out the roots of all this. We got better things to do in our life to protect ourselves, to spend money in our holy places in America, around the world, which are bastions of spirituality, peace, and why we exist as humans. The technology piece that is leveraged by the globalization and the ubiquity of powerful industry. But I think it has to if we're going to continue to try to win this war against the anger, against the bad ideas, against the anti-Semitism, and how to basically check all that. I I don't know where it's military. There's a lot of winners and losers with that. And unfortunately, in today's America, in today's world, there's going to be a pullback with regard to whatever you do. Keep them safe and to keep the Jews safe. As long as they might overrun not only can do much until my that your vote, your political communities may not want to vote. So I think those are bad omens for and that can somehow be very because we're all part of that tradition of having to fight for their rights in the country. So I think if the road rights there, then we got not necessarily support rights over here. So I think the whole nation has to somehow get its hands around too involved in politics. A lot of that is also playing in a way that I've never seen before in the country. And I saw an interesting piece I wanted to post in the chat. It's comparing the 8 years of Obama to the almost 7.5, 6 years of Trump now. And the disparity in these types of scenarios that are played out in the national comparison is mind-boggling in terms of where the country's at today. So here I just reiterate all the good it's anecdotal, but I was visiting a British friend of mine who was away, everybody, and I wasn't walking on the school, this high party area, we couldn't find a proper British breakfast. We couldn't find restaurants that catered to do that. And gentrified it in a more Muslim direction. And I was walking sort of in the path of the parking of the road, and I was a couple feet off from the sidewalk. And my Kiwi buddy goes, "Hey, mate, get over here on the sidewalk." Man, what are you talking about? What are you worried about? They might run you over. And I go, "Is that rational?" So, this is the fear that's out there, Gary. This is the stuff that is haunting, our Western world on some level. And it was irrational. I kind of say, hey, you're out of control here. But are we? Are we out of control? On the stage today. I appreciate the room. Thank you.
Actually, if he was speaking in British English, he would have told you to get onto the pavement onto the sidewalk. I didn't realize that, but the Brits call the sidewalk the pavement. If you and I
finally caught up with him. Gary Baumgarten's room must have drained him of all his dopamine today. He was claiming that America is going fascist, and this conversation has been fast. They can do for you. One way we.
Well, the Substack today's Substack posting refers to our discussion.
No, I can reach out to him.
As long as you stay on the topic,
which is good for him, or evil. What will benefit his life or endanger it? What goals he should pursue in the body of man and in the body's fundamental alternative in the universe. Existence or non-existence.
Thank you for that, Hulk.
I think if you cross post, you'll get
it's not a,
deserve. With regard to the United Kingdom,
what was the numbers over like the past 3 months?
Your speaker so
no, it was derived from conceptual knowledge. And conceptual knowledge cannot be acquired automatically. Man's actions and survival require the guidance of conceptual.
But the fundamental alternative of its existence remains a disease condition. But the fundamental alternative of its existence. So, after you know that I trusted you.
Countries, the rivers will run with blood. There will be blood all the streets of London, and all the polite, posh people in the United Kingdom lay out
And he is one of the only people in the country telling the truth. He is saying, if you allow immigrants from Somalia, they will stab Jews. It's guaranteed. And as you can imagine, Gary, the polite people, the leftists, the educated people, the people at Oxford and Cambridge, they all say that's an evil thing to say. They never say it's not true. They just say it's evil. It's one of those truthful things that's considered evil in polite society. Not only is it considered evil in polite society, it's considered evil in polite society in Michigan. In fact, if you make that speech at the University of Michigan, you're likely to get beaten up because telling the truth about the immigration gets you banned from polite society in America. So shame on the voters of the United Kingdom because they let the Somalis in and they knew it was going to lead to stabbings. So the voters have blood all over them. And if anyone in this room is a British citizen and you want to rescue your country from a lot more stabbings, there's only one prime minister who could vote for, and his name is Rupert Lowe, and I'm done speaking down.
Well, I don't know whether I feel comfortable attacking an entire group of people, whether they are Somalians or Jews. But it is true that the attacker, who was, I mean, there's no question of who it was. It's all captured on video. You can see it for yourself, is a Somalian immigrant. Thank you, Hulk. Abby, you get the last word.
Oh boy, really didn't want to have the last word here because I'm going to sound so redundant. And I hate having redundancy in your rooms and, sounding like I'm repeating over and over the mantra of what's going on. But it's definitely at an epidemic level. If we just talk about London itself, in those incidents that have happened, the community trust, which is the counterpart of what we do in the U.S. with SCN, it's actually who we fashioned SCN after. It's a very strong organization, and as you see in those videos, the Shomrim, the guards that they have, came to the rescue immediately in the stabbing incidents. And also, if you saw the videos of that, you saw two Israelis that were driving by and saw it and started screaming out of their car, and they were screaming in Hebrew and yelling, trying to get the people to notice there was a knife and what was happening. There is, the point why I'm saying this is there is definitely now a situational awareness that we have in our community, a real situational awareness. And also there's, Gary, I might have sent you the video, I don't know if I put it in the chat, of a situation where the police in England are there with pepper spray and, I forget what other tool they had, tasers, I guess, no guns. So they're actually running from the perpetrators because they don't have any guns to go and protect the citizens or themselves. And it's, people can argue that they like the British system of not having the weapons, but they're also not protecting the citizens as a result of it. So, where does it leave us? It leaves us having to arm up, having to be not just situationally aware, but trained. And everyone has to be trained in the schools and in the temples, also in the restaurants. They have to pack and make sure that they have enough protection if someone comes in on the attack. And it's primary now in our community. I just went to an annual luncheon that's normally someone talking about, raising kids or, different charitable needs in the community or programs that they're doing, humanitarian programs, and the entire lunch for these ladies that, the idea of carrying a gun or training is just so remote to them, was all about security and all about the training and all about having to arm up and worrying that their grandchildren are safe as they go to school. The whole tone has changed in our community. and the paradigm has changed, and it's hard when I try to explain it to people that it is completely taken over the emphasis on what we're about, and there's so much in our faith and our culture to learn and to give and to study, and we unfortunately have to focus primarily on this, as well as our finances are now primarily on this. I listened to what David said and what other people said, and what David's comments were very warming to me, and he has been in the past. In other words, different political points of view. As much as I have embraced and supported both financially and with a lot of time, things like Holocaust museums, I sat on my governor appointed me to the commission here in my state, the Holocaust Education Commission. I don't think it's the answer right now. I mean, unfortunately, our resources, as much as we have to educate, we have to teach that it can happen again, our resources have to go to the here and now and protection, and making sure there are hate crimes that are prosecuted, and that we take the time to meet with our district attorneys, our state attorney generals, our members of Congress, our state assemblymen, that these statutes are in place, that there's legislation, and that there's actual follow-through and prosecutions as a result of it. I think that what we can do is make that a pretty loud statement that it's not going to be tolerated, and people are going to go to jail for it. And they're not being prosecuted throughout. In England, and there's just story after story, but also in the United States, we have cities where we have district attorneys that are just they're not following through, they're not prosecuting. And what we can do is, and this is not the infamous Israel lobby or the Jewish lobby, these are American Jewish citizens that have to go to our elected representatives and tell this story and say, please help, and please ensure that the legislation is there, or the laws that are in place are actually enforced. I mean, I do as much as I can on that. Actually, tomorrow I'm supposed to go and testify at a hearing with respect to something with an education department in my state, to make sure that the schools are safe and what they're doing to take affirmative action. I mean, silence by people is permission. And, when we Jewish schools needs guards, and students are hiding their Stars of David, and every parent and grandparent has to worry if it's safe to walk to synagogues. Well, you listen and you see mobs chanting slogans that make us feel like we're being hunted down where we live, in places that we've called home for generations, and our parents and grandparents have fought to protect, and now we're at risk in those same cities. And in places like in England, when Jewish ambulances, places of worship are firebombed, that silence is not enough. And, I just ask, and I hear it in people like David, and I thank him, to stand with us and to help us, and that the solidarity means so much. And, call it out for what it is when you see it. And it shouldn't be, it's a stain. It's just a stain on our civilization. And it's cowardly not to call it out. And that's how I feel. And the last thing I wanted to say is, when I think about this with London, which is what the topic of your room is, the people that are perpetrating this or enabling it, or as the last speaker said, voting into office those that are just turning their backs on it, their own grandparents and maybe parents, fought a global war so that it could never happen again. I mean, they literally gave their lives so that this couldn't happen again. And the English lives, the British lives, to stop it. And it's literally happening again. And they're just doing nothing about it. And we're angry, and we shouldn't have to beg for support. We should feel that the concept and there's a solidarity and never again, and that's really a slogan that's got to be on people's lips, and that's just what I want to say. I mean, that you got to turn the anger into something productive, and for me personally, it's getting people trained, it's getting people armed, it's getting people situationally aware, it's target hardening our facilities, it's making sure we know who the enemies are, where the problems are. It's researching. It's being, it's just being on guard. And doing that is at a risk for a lot of us. We're mapped. They know who we are. They know where we live. We have to do extra protection for ourselves, but we have no choice. It's literally on our doorsteps, every day, multiple times a day, and that's the hard reality. And thanks for letting me talk.
Sure, and I guess my microphone, I'm walking around doing things in my house and my microphone was stuck on. I hope that didn't distract from what Abby had to say. Very important points. Abby, I just want to ask you very quickly. I see Lena, who we invited up earlier, finally made it up to the stage, so you're lucky you didn't have to be the last speaker. But I know you have been very critical of the Starmer administration, the prime ministership in the United Kingdom. And I'm just wondering, though, given the fact that they seem to suddenly be waking up, they're increasing the threat level. They're calling this, that administration is calling this an emergency, the attacks on Jews in the United Kingdom. Are you a little frustrated that they're doing this and we're not hearing this in the United States from our government official?
So first of all, they need to list the Muslim Brotherhood and the IRGC as terrorist organizations. I mean, there's a lot more that Starmer has to do, and I'm very critical of him. I am hearing it now. I don't want to get political. I swore to this, and some other people did, but I am hearing a call to arms and a protection from some of the leadership in our government. I definitely hear it from senators. On the Republican side, I hear it on some moderate Democrats that have come out. If you listen to people in Congress, like Josh Gottheimer, I can list off members of Congress that have been very vocal about it. Some that I don't agree on their other policies, but strong on this. I'm definitely hearing it from our senators. We've been hearing it from Marco Rubio. From when he was in the Senate, he's been a champion of this and still fighting it very loudly. And we're hearing it from the president. People can start bitching and moaning everything, and your chat can go as it goes in all those directions of the Trump issues and the Trump syndromes. But he has come out to our community. First of all, he changed Title VI in his first administration to protect our community. And the biggest issue from our government in the United States right now, when I said it's primary, it's not funding the National Holocaust Museum. It's making sure the security grant money is there to protect these facilities. And the security grant money is not just for Jewish facilities, but they are for at-risk faith institutions and at-risk institutions in the United States. And that money comes from Congress, and Congress has appropriated it. There are problems with the program. There are problems with how you get the funding, and you have to put the money up front. And a lot of these institutions are poor, and they don't have $150,000 to put up front to pay for the systems that then ultimately it'll take them 2 years to get reimbursed. And they need to fix those programs and to make them user friendly. But there are people within our government that Ted Cruz has been amazing and a real strong leader in the Senate on this. And there are people in the government, including Leo Terrell, who's exceptional. But I think our president is aware of it. And he's communicated that, and he has not he has been proactive on it. So obviously, there's so much more that needs to be done because it's at an emergency level. But I am happy that it's this administration that's in now. I would be scared, much more scared, and probably having a different conversation if it was a Harris administration. So, and again, I didn't want to get political on this, but I'm answering your.
Thank you. We saw in New York City that the pressures can make people change. The idiot mayor, Mamdani, blocked protections that were put into place by the previous mayor, Adams, of religious institutions, houses of worship. And while it was motivated by attacks on Jewish houses of worship, as you point out, in the example that you used, it meant all houses of worship. And he blocked that, and he recanted. He allowed it ultimately because of the extreme pressure put upon him. But he felt that setting up a buffer zone so people can have ingress and egress to a synagogue or a mosque or a church infringed on New Yorkers' rights to protest. No, it did not. And it just meant a buffer zone so people could go in and out. You could still protest, scream, holler, use your megaphones, all you want, but you can't block people and intimidate them going in and out of a house of worship. Why do I say the idiot? Because a companion bill that would give related protections to schools has been vetoed by the same mayor. And hopefully he'll come under the same kinds of pressures that he came under when it came to the religious institutions. But this is what we need, is people need to be protected. You can accommodate both people's rights to protest and people's rights to not be accosted. You can accommodate them in our society, and to say that one has to be done to the exclusion of another is stupid. It just shows that you're too lazy to make that happen. Lena, you've got a minute and 30 seconds, if you don't mind squeezing it in.
I'll be very quick, and thank you, Gary. This is very confusing. We're living in a globalized world, and information travels at the speed of light. And I am a baby boomer, so my parents, they were both in the resistance when Nazis occupied Greece, and I think those of you who know me know some of the stories. So I am, it's been drilled into me since I was a child that we don't support anti-Semitism in any way. And of course, being the person that I am, I would never support anti-Semitism. But I think it becomes very complicated when we are chatting and talking and speaking without knowing who we have across from us. And a lot of times, what I find, the way we are talking can sometimes slide into anti-Semitism, which is totally absurd, but it does, and it can. And there's a lot of anti-Israel sentiment out there after Gaza, generationally speaking. Okay, I just want to make that very clear that I have become aware of it, that a lot of people are anti the expansionist sort of project of Israel.
Right, but what the discussion today is not whether Israel's policies are good or bad. The question is whether, if one opposes Israel's policies, they might not, by the way, that's just an excuse perhaps, but let's just take it at face value, that if they hold to that position, that it's appropriate to attack Jewish people who have nothing to do with the decisions of the Israeli government. And so...
Absolutely not is the answer, Gary.
Yeah, thank you, Lena. I gotta go, unfortunately. Okay. Thank you. Folks, we're here Monday to Friday from 5 o'clock New York time, so until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum. Everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
If you invest in the stock market, you can lose money. What did you say? I said, if you invest in the stock market, you can lose money sometimes. Yeah, of course. I mean, that's right. See, I mean, you're right.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of watery sword with gold, the flashing light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the new vigor of the intimidated. By my crown I invoke thee. Let's travel on the beats of the world, so I after thee and I come of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I led the one of double power in the voice of the Master. They broke out the gold. By the Lord I invoke waves of music in the song that I made. To invoke the flaming sword from child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. By the song I invoke my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance hands white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it ye of thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by my robe. I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of office and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the vigor of the interwear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Mine is the wand of double power in the voice of the master. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the waves of music, the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Strike thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the 611 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's by my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord.
fingers travel and the beats are pearl. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I get the one of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. My Lord, the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike a master chord, throw the flaming sword, triumph and conquering Lord, avenger, by the song I invoke thee. In my undefined form of revenge, let it strike at my vision, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 of the voices, every one of blood. Mine is the adaptive man and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, oh keep me, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of office and triumph. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor at the end of it there. I'm a crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of birds, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Father, the wonders of the power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Hey, my heart, the dark blue waves of music Giant conquering Lord, our Lord, Amen God, by this Lord I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke the voice of the fight, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Abla, abla. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I know thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I know mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of longevity of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I know mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, Wine is the hell of the Six like the rose and cross your life and life. Giving the sign and each remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come now forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the air, or flowing air, or of rushing fire. And every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Remaining in the side, the invocation comes therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me. Fall down every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or right of the air. Watch my ways are in the water, a flowing air, or a losing fire. And every spell and scourge of God, the first one I made them. Mine is the head of the hawk. And six. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, a whirling air, or a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. Six, I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of a whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee. Abracadabra. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your and my whole night broken too. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop believing. Wisdom of God. Wisdom of Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath, hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. I'm thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold me close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. If I tremble, stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Cannot night, cannot live. I breathe in your holy cold. And the storm in my head lays down like a pall. Wisdom of God, now it's true. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's gone. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Or it's quieted down or minimized. I think that's really important because I think those threats are getting louder and they're seeping in societally as well as our borders and you know, I mean on all levels, the threats are there, and that would be a second. I don't know. I'd have to think about what my third would be on whether it's a domestic, what domestic issue stands out.
But Abby,
Stopping the potential civil war between the left and the right, figuring out how to do that, finding a leader, maybe. Wouldn't it be amazing if you could have, like, I don't know if it's ever even been thought about, where you have the president and the vice president from two different parties, like they did in Israel that time, and then they
and that we did that for a little while in the early. in the country. The person, I think it was only in the first three electoral.
Adams was
Adams and Jefferson. So basically,
yes, that's true. I forgot about that.
It was the person that got the second most votes in the electoral college
was the vice president.
Became the vice president, and yeah, I mean, look, I don't think a lot of Jefferson. I think a lot of Adams. I think Adams was probably the best guy we've ever had politically at that level of the game. But he was a one-termer. I mean,
you forget that John McCain wanted Joe Lieberman, and the Republicans said no.
Was Lieberman already an independent
yes,
by then?
Independent by that time. Yes,
right.
He was.
Do you know that this group that I did a documentary with a long time ago on Begin, I didn't invest in this, but they then did a second documentary on the life of Joe Lieberman. And while they were doing the documentary on him, this is just a side note, he died like before they were finished filming. So they had to kind of regroup and rewrite the whole second part of the documentary, but it's out. It came out. I mean, he's a remarkable man. But would you say that probably was the most contemporary reach over between the parties? I didn't even think about that one.
Yeah, he wanted to. McCain and Lieberman were very close friends. It's very interesting how very, very close friends you don't have anymore. You had Joe Biden and Joe Biden and John McCain. They were like brothers. You had Bill Clinton with the Bush family. We don't have that anymore. You don't have Chip O'Neill with Reagan. You don't have that kind of thing. And you got rid of John Bonner.
But they're actually, so here's two members of Congress that I know, and it's weird. Remember when I went to the State of the Union, they sat together, even though they're different parties, like the parties are split in the room. Mike Lawler from New York and Josh Gottheimer are very close, and they've introduced bills together. Like their politics are very similar. And you see some of those alliances in Congress, kind of what you're talking about, but you're talking about more leaders like Boehner.
Yeah. Historically, it's not as far back as Jefferson and Adams, but there's one other time, but I think it is that because you mentioned Civil War. Lincoln's second term, I want to say, he was a Republican and Andrew Johnson was a Democrat.
I didn't realize that. Were their politics that different? I
think again it was more unity because how fractured the country was. Even the parties were fractured. Lincoln winning the first time was almost an accident, right? Because he was way out in the woods and kind of wedged his way through the New York establishment.
How long was he in office for his second term before he was assassinated?
Not that long.
It was about a year, right? It was less than a year.
But the Republican Party was fairly new.
No, it was months. It was about 4 months. It was April of 1865.
Because the Republicans replaced the Whigs, right? The Whigs kind of died out.
Republican Party was fairly new. I don't think there was a lot of discernment as there is today. It only had started in the early 1850s.
Wait, I got a shout out to the Union League on that, Scott, because wasn't it all kind of started there and he came
Yeah. It was, the Union League was started to raise money for the Union, right, in the Civil War, yeah.
Sorry, guys, that's a club in Philly. Scott and I had drinks at.
Yeah. It's interesting, Adam. You and I, I think about this with a lot of my Republican friends, right? When you and I sit and hang out, I don't think we actually disagree about that much, right? You and I could probably, if you and I were senators or something, we could probably cut a lot of deals, right? Because we both love the country and we both, we value similar things. We probably have different views on healthcare or the welfare state or something like that. But at the end of the day, I think you and I could split the difference. And why can't we build a culture that splits the difference anymore?
Interesting. Yeah, we really haven't disagreed. It's because I don't think everyone, I started out as a Democrat
and move to a Republican. I think people, people shift, but that doesn't take away some of your core beliefs. And I've said this to people and they don't believe me, but this is firsthand. When I sit in the RJC meetings, I'll sit at a board meeting and there'll be like 40 people at the table. And I don't know if I could count on my hand any of the people sitting at the table that aren't pro-choice and pro-pot. They all started out, they were liberal Democrats, and for whatever reasons they became Republicans, but they started out from that position.
I think the answer to your question, Scott, is because as soon as you start running for public office, and I see this in California, they work their way up the system and they're getting money from the senior politicians of their party. So it's a simple matter. Yeah, maybe you would agree
U.S. is a joke, man.
with Abby on all of these things, but then your campaigns cost money, and they put conditions on receiving that money from the party, from other candidates. So it's where, well, yeah, gee, I know you're really not big on abortion rights, but I'm using this as an example. You could pick any other one. I know you're kind of middle of the ground, but yeah, we'll give you $100,000 for your campaign. But you got to go in harder on abortion rights. None of this middle of the road, And so, you end up, if you want to run for office and win, which winning is always nice, it comes with a price tag. And so you and Abby will suddenly find that, Abby will come, gee, why did you vote on that bill? Well, Abby, this, that, I had my reason, whatever. And then Abby ends up, choking you to death. And then it becomes a big, scandal. And, and then you can't have that. So that last part might have been made up.
Let's go to Universe. My man, John Kitover. John, you're an outlier, right? And you irritate most people on the app, but how would you heal the country? If you...
Well, if you look at my PTR, I'm reading Ayn Rand's The Virtue of Selfishness. And if you show that to people, they say, oh, what a horrible title, Virtue of Selfishness. There's no virtues in selfishness. Well, it's a clickbait.
Are we going to talk about the Bill of Rights 2.0?
Hello?
Or was that just clickbait?
Hello?
Oh, yeah. Jakob, you're Oman. You can, you can take over the room if you want.
No, I'm not taking over the room. I thought it was an interesting concept. To be honest, I've always been thinking about Talmud 2.0, like if the rabbis got together again and sort of like talked about it. So like, it's a really intriguing idea.
Yeah, I think on some level, right? Part of the Bill of Rights, I think affordability is the issue, right? I think that's the thing that the parties, and they're both fumbling it, right? We don't know how to do this, right? Like basically, most Americans that are functional can't afford to live in the country, and it's awful, and I think that's that would be that would be 2.0, right? That would be how can we get to affordability? I think the left would say that you do it through taxation and redistribution. The right would say you do it through deregulation and lower taxes and prosperity. And I don't know that either party has been successful in making life affordable for most Americans.
How do you come back from 9% inflation under Biden? That's what I'd like to know. Because we're still reeling from the effects of that.
Yeah, so I think what Biden did was he made a strategic decision that we could say was a fail. I think he was facing a recession on his watch. So what he did was it's so great. The inflation, the Anti-Inflation Act or whatever.
Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah, what he did is he drove up prices, right? I mean, he put $1 trillion into the economy. And I'm not an economist. I don't know anything about economics, but I do know if you have more money chasing the same amounts of goods, the prices go up. So he inflated prices. So, but I think it probably did stave off the recession. It might have not been the right decision politically, right? I mean, just pragmatically. I mean, I think probably a more disciplined president would have just let the economy go where it went.
I'm curious where Greece is now, because Greece was having a lot of problems, and I haven't kept up on it. And I don't, but they had hyperinflation, I believe, or bad inflation. And the idea, look, if you've spent too much money, you have to stop spending money. That's not a difficult concept to understand. It might be difficult. Hold on a sec. Thank you. It might be difficult to sell politically, and we've seen time again, like in France and in other countries, where politicians try to propose austerity budgets, and people just lose it. And you'll see protests, things like that. But I mean, the idea that you spent too much in the last year, so this year you have to spend less so you can get back on track, is that a difficult concept for people to understand? And why wasn't that being sold?
No, but this goes back, I think, Alan, to an Indigo Girls song. The hardest to learn is the least complicated. It's not complicated. It's just a hard lesson to learn. I don't think,
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, Abby could speak to this, right? Because she is, the dean of conservative politics here. But even Ronald Reagan, right, was not a fiscal conservative, right? I mean, he was
claimed to be one, but his actions were otherwise.
Yeah, he cut taxes and increased spending. I mean, no, he did try to sort of pare down the government, and he was Doge before.
There were more employees after he left than before he entered. So
he tripled the national debt.
Why do we revere him? Why do we revere him so much? What do you think it is?
It's his persona. It's his persona. It was.
I want to say one more thing. When he took office, the United States was the largest creditor nation on the planet. When he left office, it was the largest debtor nation on the planet. All in one administration.
To answer Abby's question, we revere him, I think, because we had a clear and present danger in the Soviet Union. And he, for all of Reagan's faults, he saw that there was a good guy and a bad guy. And that's part of what spent us into our debt, right? I mean, it was deficit spending on the Cold War. But, we won it. I mean, so I think that's why we revere him, because I
think you're right. I think that's one thing, but I think there's a lot more. He was a very good communicator, and he brought the country together after a decade that was very difficult and full of malaise and whatnot, and brought hope, and people bought into that messaging.
When it comes to Reagan, I think people forget how politics work and our Congress works. What I remember is that Reagan proposed all these cuts, and I forget the name of the budget guy he hired who was just slashing government programs.
David Stockton.
Dick Stockton.
No, David Stockman, yeah.
Okay,
Stockton.
thank you.
No, Stockman. I think.
Yeah.
Oh, was it Stockton?
I've heard the name Stockman 17 times now. I think we've got his
Okay, we know what you're talking about.
In any event.
Yeah, because Stockton's a basketball player.
Yeah, in any event, in order for Reagan to do what he did, he had to make a deal with Congress, which was Democrat controlled. So Reagan drove up military spending, and the Democrats said, "You're going to do that? You're going to spend more money on the military. We're going to spend more money on the stuff we want to spend money on." So that was the deal. So together, they drove up the budget, and that's how Reagan got what he wanted, and that's how the Democrats.
But don't you think? I think when we've done well fiscally, we get a Democratic president and a Republican Congress, because the Republicans, when there's a Democratic president, they don't spend money. When there's a Republican president, they spend money. When there's a Democrat president and a Democratic Congress, they spend money. What's a unique combination in our modern politics is when you get a Democratic president and a Republican Congress, the whole system becomes fiscally conservative.
I would, first of all, I don't want to be on record as agreeing to that, even though I might. That's number one. Number two, I'll give it the caveat where that used to be true. Up until, say, I don't know, 15 years ago, I couldn't put a date on it, but I think that used to be true when Democrats still believed in meritocracy and those kinds of principles to a certain degree. I think now that they're pushing a different narrative, I don't know that we can count on that.
Because you're going to have executive orders.
Sorry. No, may I say something about Reagan from both sides? Looking at him from both sides. Bearing in mind, Reagan had been a Democrat when he was governor. And he became a Republican because his wife, her stepfather, said, I can bring you Bloomingdale's, I can bring you all of these people, I can get you in. And that's why he became a Republican. By the way, my parents, who were Democrats, became Reagan Democrats. They weren't happy afterwards, but they were Reagan Democrats. They did vote for him. My issue about Reagan is that two things. Most people have never gone back and looked at the McCarthy era, and he blackballed. He's somebody who blackballed people who died, people who lost their careers, people, he labeled them as communists, and it was a horrible thing that he did. And and then when he became president, he said he would never blackball anybody, and he denied ever having blackballed people. So I didn't like him for that. I didn't like trickle-down economics, and the person who came up with trickle-down economics swore afterwards, don't ever do it. He said never again. He said it was bad. Reagan, he was a great...
And now Bush, they legislated this, right? I mean, Bush called it voodoo economics, right? I mean...
Yeah, it was...
A serious conservative guy, and he lost the argument.
Yeah, as Meryl said, even the proponents of it later admitted that it didn't work, and it doesn't make any sense.
But that is that's what this administration is proposing without saying it. They're not saying it, but that's what it becomes. From the top, if you get anything, it trickles down. And you're not really going to get anything. The one thing I did like about Reagan, I believe he was very good friends with Tip O'Neill. I like the idea when you can have, which we'll never have again, not now anyways, when you have somebody who says, here's the person I want to pick as a nominee for the Supreme Court. And, when Bork didn't work out, they sat down. the Republicans and the Democrats sat down and they put a list together and said, who could we confirm? And we don't have that anymore.
Yeah, but that wasn't Tip O'Neill, Merrill, because Tip was Congress, right?
Tip.
Who was running the Senate then when he was
Tip was Speaker of the House.
Tip was in the Congress. So
Right,
when you're talking about who?
He was very close friends with Reagan and had that kind of influence.
They did have drinks.
Yeah, no. I know. I was just curious who was the Republican in the Senate.
Was it Kennedy?
Would have done the deals.
Oh,
with,
you mean the majority leader?
What she's talking about with
Bork scared everybody. Bork scared everybody.
Oh, I know.
Realistically, he scared everybody.
I was just trying to remember who that would have been.
Joe Biden.
I can't remember.
Joe Biden was there then.
Yeah, but he wasn't a leader. Kennedy was the Dem leader, right? Or no?
No, to Merrill's point, yes.
No.
To your point, yes, they were much more cooperative with each other. Absolutely. But to
and we
say,
lost that.
Yeah. And that started with, I'm blanking on his name. But
Mitt Romney, Ted Cruz, and
So Harry Reid was an asshole, and he's my senator.
Mitt Romney. Yeah, but Ted Cruz made Mitt Romney lose the presidential race.
The agreement with America, Jesus Christ.
I have the names.
Yeah, but
that was Gingrich, the contract with America.
Yeah, Newt Gingrich. Thank you very much. But to say Bork didn't work out, Kennedy and the Democrats said this guy is not going to go past. We are not going to vote for him, and we are going to assassinate his character. And Bork answered the questions honestly, which you will never get again from a Supreme Court nominee, because they know the other side, whoever nominates them, the other side will assassinate their character, as we have seen time again. And that's why Mitch McConnell said, okay, I'm not going to forget this.
The Senate Majority Leader were Howard Baker, 81 to 85, Bob Dole, 85 to 87.
Yeah, so when I look at the budget of the Reagan administration and the federal outlays as a share of GDP, you see that the total outlays dropped slightly. Revenues dropped from 19% to 17%. Defense went up from 5% to 5.5%. Non-defense discretionary outlays fell from 4.8% down to 3.3%. So it was a pretty radical cut in non-defense spending and a very big increase in defense spending. But the real killer, of course, was the drop in revenues.
But Euro, that defense spending. So if I were to put on the yellow tablet and draw the line down the middle, the pros and cons on Reagan. I mean, and I'm a little older than some of you, so I lived through as a kid. I don't know how many of you had to go under your desk and do the drills and the fear of the Cold War, but we
I've
definitely
seen YouTube videos.
Okay, so I mean, we all had that. I guess for me, the strength, or the real thing from Reagan, was that strength abroad, and it kind of took away that fear of the Russians. I mean, we had a fear of them. We had a fear, not the Russians, sorry, the Soviets. And we had a fear. They were our real enemy. I mean, although we had finished Vietnam, I mean, in terms of actual fighting and some smaller, smaller battles along the way, I mean, the Soviet fear was what we grew up with, and for me, he took that away. Like he cured that.
Yes.
So that's on my pro side of
He
it.
also removed the Malays after Vietnam through Carter and the bungled Iranian rescue operation. America was fearful of using its armed forces. He put short-range ballistic missiles in Germany to combat the Russians. He made major spending programs, and I think he turned the perception that it's okay to use military force.
Well, that's the point. So the spending Euro's talking about, like, for a lot of the heads of Americans, they justified it because he took away that threat of that enemy. I mean, I'm not articulating it well, but that's.
No, I think you're articulating it just fine, and I think I agree with you. I don't have a particular problem with the defense spending. I mean, it's a little high, but I think to some extent it was justified. And he did have this little squabble. What was it in Grenada and stuff like that?
That lasted like 10 days.
I mean, you do realize
that was during him, right? Grenada was during
when Reagan was president, we paid annually what we now pay monthly in interest expense. Annually. Now we pay it monthly.
Yeah, so the big problem with Reagan, I don't think, was the defense spending. I really think it's more to do with the drop in revenues, like I said, which was significant. And like I said, the United States went from the largest creditor nation on the planet to the largest debtor nation on the planet. And I think that culture is bad.
I've researched this, and I think his tax policies did increase revenue. Like, basically, when you deregulate,
not as much as the economy grew. So that's why I said as a percentage of GDP, it dropped. So it went from 19% down to 17%. So it's a pretty significant drop, which is one of the reasons.
But I mean, part of that is we didn't cut spending, right? I mean,
the debt went up. This is what I'm saying. Like, you don't want debt to go. Like, it's not like a small difference in debt. He tripled the debt. So it's significant.
There's something I don't understand, though. Merrill, you said that he started out as a Democrat. And
yes.
I'm having a fleeting memory of him being at the Republican convention and not getting the nomination. And he was
76. Yeah,
okay, 76. He was viewed as an extreme right wing. Like, he was extreme right. So it's weird that he started out as a Dem, because he was perceived, compared to the other R's at that time, as like far right.
No, that's actually incorrect, Abby. That's totally incorrect, Abby. Abby, that's totally wrong.
No, Abby he was a Barry Goldwater disciple, and Goldwater. I mean, it's interesting because Cheney was, in that administration, and I remember listening to him.
In what role?
Cheney was defense secretary. Yeah, and they were basically, I mean, Cheney basically said, Cheney was an old school traditional Republican. And somebody, one of these supply side guys came in and said to Cheney, like, let me explain to you supply side economics. And it was the same thing that Bush said. It was voodoo economics. He's like, what we're going to do is we're going to lower taxes and we're going to do all this and it's all going to work out. We're going to increase military spending and lower taxes. And Cheney thought it was insane, but he went along with it. So yeah, I mean, Reagan kind of came in, I think. And look, Reagan was a Bill Clinton type.
But when
so, Abby, to answer your question, it was 1962.
Oh, so
it was Barry Goldwater.
Yeah, but the thing is, he was 51.
Maybe they were considered extremists in a way, but they were not what we would consider far right. I mean, they were, if anything, kind of to the left of the, I guess you would call them now, like paleocons, like Richard Nixon and so forth.
He was considered far right by the Republicans at the time in 1970.
I mean, Buchanan was the really far right.
But that's what I'm saying. Like
he's frightening.
He was
really frightening.
Pat Buchanan was more the old school Republicans, similar. I guess you could say more similar to Nixon than Goldwater.
No,
he was not old school Republican. Old school Republicans were more centrist, just like old school Democrats were more centrist.
Like the Rockefeller Republicans. Yeah. No. The thing is, so like I was saying, he switched in 1962 when he was 51, but he had already made an ideological shift in the 50s. So he was still a Democrat in name. But he was increasingly, once he took his position with General Electric, he started, promoting more like Republican ideas all the time.
But when was he shifting from Democrat to Republican? When did that happen?
Officially, party registration 62. Ideologically, in the 50s. From about 1954, he started.
Yeah, he was a Goldwater disciple.
Because he was.
I didn't know that. I didn't think of that. I thought about that it was his father-in-law who convinced him to become a Republican.
No, he was a Barry Goldwater guy, and he knew Barry Goldwater personally.
He was a TV host on General Electric Theater.
On General Electric, I remember that.
And then he started promoting GE publicly, and as part of that, he started shifting his explanation about American prosperity, and he would visit GE plants across the country and give speeches.
So there were some other things about him that I found a little bit. His wife was a little bit troubling. He had to be, once he was shot, every single trip he took was predicted. She used an astrologer.
Yeah.
She was so terrified, so she used an astrologer. So all of his movements and everything was determined by an astrologist.
That's true love, Meryl. We should all be so lucky to have love like that in our lives.
I read the love letters that he wrote her, but listen, this is the one thing, though, that we all condemned Joe Biden, saying, that he was not completely alert, let's say, at the end of his presidency. Neither was Ronald Reagan. He already was
absolutely was not
with Alzheimer's, and he fell asleep at the Russian summit, and he was caught sleeping at the Russian summit. But he was already in the stages of early Alzheimer's.
But he had a vice president that was, in Bush Sr. that was absolutely unbelievable. Probably the best person we've ever had in the White House.
Most qualified.
Now let's talk about Bush Sr. Bush Sr. was not a conservative. Bush
No.
He was for the Equal Rights Amendment. He and Barbara were very, very, I'm not going to say they were Democrats, they weren't, but they were very liberal in some of their policies of how they thought about.
Who would you say they were like today in the Republican Party?
Meryl, none of them are conservative nowadays. They all want big government for different reasons. No, the only real conservatives are.
I don't know what happened to Nick.
What's your
What's the answer to my question? Who would be that today? What you're describing?
Would be the George Bush Sr.?
Yeah, as you're describing Bush Sr. and his politics, who's there now?
Once Reagan got the nomination and asked him to be vice president, he flipped overnight. He became immediately was the conservative, and then when he no longer was president, went back to being more liberal in certain policies.
Even Reagan. He spoke conservative ideology, but he was often very pragmatic in terms of what he actually did.
Well, I see, and for me now, and Abby, you might not like this, but all the Republicans that run right now, when you look at people that are running and you look at people that are in Congress, one of the things that I'm not going to say almost all of them, but many of them, they have to say that the election was stolen. They still do that.
No, they don't all say that. I know so many that don't say that.
Abby, listen carefully to what I said. I didn't say all of them. Many of them still do. You just had he just testifying for Congress for confirmation. He wouldn't say that Biden won the election. Everybody, they're all about the death of Trump. Nobody wants to be primaried by Trump. And when you look at all of the Republicans that are running, including people you might endorse, Abby, they all say they are Trump, they're conservatives and their politics are more like Trump. They seem to want to say that because I don't believe it, but I believe I believe some of them are just bursting, wanting to bash him, but they're not going to because they want to win.
But I can only think of a handful.
Pardon?
I can only think of a handful that would have said the election was stolen. That tended to be some of the bigger loudmouths that are, some of them aren't even in Congress anymore.
I agree.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example.
Yeah, they're not the voice of the Republican Party, Merrill. I hear what you're saying, and I go and I listen to these speeches, and they come to our conferences. I haven't heard one of them. We have a lot of them that present to us that have just talked about the election being stolen. Not of them, the main ones in Senate, like Tom Cotton or Cruz doesn't say it. I mean, go through the bigger personalities in the Senate. You don't hear from Graham. They're not saying the election's stolen. The outliers, Pepe's right. The Marjorie Taylor Greenes, or the Matt Gaetz, and they're not there anymore. I'm trying to think of who still says it, but I really don't hear it anymore. Thank God. By the way, thank God that you don't hear it. That would be horrible.
I can tell you some.
Are you going to say that they are not Trump supporters? Are you going to say that they?
No, I didn't say that. I don't think that one has to do with the other. They don't say it.
Yeah, see, I'm with Abby here. I think politics is artful, right? And I think we're getting to a place, especially as Trump is a lame duck, where you can now say you're for Trump. And I think Trump has discarded this narrative, right? Because he's just bored. And I think he's a second term lame duck president. And I think he's, which most presidents in their second term turn to the world because domestically they can't do business with anybody. And so he's running around doing things like Venezuela and Iran. No, I'm with Abby on this. I think people are discarding this narrative because
You're talking about the voter. You're not talking about the people in Congress.
No, I'm talking about go through the list of Mitch McConnell is not saying it, okay? And I mean, how long was he in power? Running it. Thune is not saying it. Who's majority leader? I mean, I'm not hearing it from Marsha Blackburn. I go through the list of them.
Yeah. You talked about somebody. Was it in South Carolina or North Carolina? A Republican who was a candidate. He had been, I believe, the head of the Republican Party. And you actually you put in
Watley
that you support. You thought he would be great. He was an election denier.
I mean, I have
talks about that.
Right, but Meryl, as you pointed out, a lot of them say that not necessarily because they believe that, but because they're concerned about pressure that would be put on them. They would be primared against. Yeah, well,
a lot of them are running. A lot of people who are running have taken that off their websites. They used to have it on their websites.
I like Watley. I think he's a really smart guy. I think he did an amazing job with the RNC. He's a good, facilitator. I liked him. I mean, I don't remember if that was his mantra. It's definitely hasn't been his mantra. Now the party is Laura Trump and he's still.
Well, I think that's because father wants because Trump.
Right, but I'm not praising Laura Trump. I'm just talking about Michael Watley. I mean, I thought he was a very strong leader of the RNC. Where was Ronna McDaniels on it? I don't remember her position when she was running the RNC.
We actually mocked them. I think Republicans, especially, of course, I think they would try their best not to publicly do it, but most Republicans kind of laughed at people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, the people that were really big into pushing the election was stolen and that kind of stuff. I mean, these people were kind of loony ideologues.
But you have to remember, her constituents voted for her. So it is when it's practical for some of them, they say it. When they don't think it's practical, they remove it off of their website.
Okay, so let's go
about abortion.
But Meryl, look at who are the power or really up and coming senators. I forgot about this one, who's like one of my most favorite, because it's in his first term, is Dave McCormick, who's the new senator in Pennsylvania. He is not an election denier. I've never heard him say that. He's also has a fabulous future within the party, and represents a state that's kind of a purple state. And, take a look at Dave McCormick. The views are, I don't know if you would consider them extreme. I think he's a mainstream Republican.
All right.
Have not heard it from him. I'll throw that name out.
Let's talk about it this way. All right. Every single person that Trump appointed in his administration, every single one would not say that Joe Biden won the election. They would not say it. The most they would say was, well, he's our president. That's all he was our president.
Has Rubio said that?
Hold on, please let me finish.
Okay.
Rubio, you know what I find most I know you love Rubio. I want to tell you something. I wanted Marco Rubio for Secretary of State. I thought, here is the voice of somebody with experience and someone who's going to stand up to Trump. He's not going to be the sponge. He's not going to fold like everybody else is doing. And I think that Marco Rubio, the best thing that he can do by the end of this administration is remove himself, get further away from Trump and not do Trump's bidding for him, because he is smarter.
I agree.
He's the only one that I really wanted to see. And when I look at but every single one of the Republicans confirmed every single one of the people that had absolutely no right being in that administration. They had no qualifications. They're terrible. And I know the question was asked about what would be the 3 things that you would do. The first thing I would do would be, of course, I'd get rid of all of them. I would put experienced, well-qualified people in there. And when you talked about the fighting terrorism, the DOJ got rid of that. And the FBI got rid of that. They don't do that anymore, the terrorist investigations. I bring that back.
So, Abby, I was going to try to take a stab at answering your question about who in the Republican Party today would be most similar to George H.W. Bush. So my initial reaction was nobody, because he had quite extensive experience. Because before becoming president, he was a congressman, he was a UN ambassador, he was the chair of the Republican National Committee, he was an envoy to China, CIA director, and of course, vice president. But in terms of overall establishment temperament, I would probably say Mitt Romney comes very close. He is, of course, retired now from the Senate.
Experience does he, besides business? And he's
business oriented, political family, institutionally conservative. He was an internationalist, and he's uncomfortable with populism. If you want to talk about in terms of who has a similar moderate, pragmatic New England style Republican, you got Susan Collins and Phil Scott. A bipartisan governor type, you got Larry Hogan. You got Nikki Haley, of course, as the internationalist Republican, and Chris Sununu.
When you say internationalist, what exactly are you referring to?
Internationalist?
In other words, not a nationalist.
Globalist, Pepe, globalist.
Well, I wouldn't call it a globalist.
So Sununu is interesting because Sununu and Hogan both came out against Trump with Chris Christie. They all joined that anti-Trump bandwagon. And it's sad that Hogan lost that election, although people love the present governor, and he ran for Senate in Maryland, but he was from the Chris Christie camp of, I don't know, what would you call them? What Merrill was describing is these.
Which ones? Sununu, I would say.
Republicans?
I would say, yeah, Sununu is like a New England Republican.
Yeah, they're from the Northeast. The Northeast, I feel like they can only churn out one type of Republican. And
it's a type of Republican, yeah.
Are you serious? You guys want a Lindsey Graham fucking Republican?
He's a fucking fruitcake.
What was the last guy you talked about? What was that?
Lindsey Graham's kind of a tricky one because he's all over the
place. Who's the
Chris Christie?
Man, you guys don't like Chris Christie, do you?
I want to say something about Chris Christie.
Oh my God!
So besides that, he's a Springsteen fan, but we'll leave that aside. I've said this in rooms, and you can fact check me on this. The hardest job for a governor, the hardest gubernatorial position in our country is the state of New Jersey, to be a governor there.
That makes sense.
The amount of responsibility and what falls under the purview of the governor's office is greater than any other state. And if you look at, he has to appoint judges. I mean, he has stuff that other governors don't have to do. And if you talk to people in New Jersey, it's a funny place because it's a blue state and they elected him. And he was a popular governor, you know, in terms of his policies, etc. I mean, so, you know, and he came out totally against, first of all, he was with Trump. He prepped him for the debate in the first round, but he came out completely, you know, against Trump. Yet, I don't think you can take away.
But Abby, don't you think?
Scott, he was popular. Forget the Bridgegate stuff. I mean, he was a popular governor.
But Abby, don't you think Chris Christie's popularity, right, he actually was a conservative? Like, Trump's not a conservative. Trump is a bombastic. Yeah, I mean, Chris
definitely not a conservative. Yeah,
Chris Christie is a conservative, right? I mean, he's. And conservatives evolve. I mean, this is part of the thing. Like, when you look at a guy like Chris Christie, part of his conservatism is evolution, right? I mean, he's, you know, look, whenever I see Chris Christie on the media, he's the most sensible person speaking, and he's center right. I mean, he's, you know. And I say this as someone that's not a conservative, right? But I mean, I think we could use probably more Chris Christie conservatives in the country to balance me out.
Okay, go to the 17 people that were up when Trump ran the first time. Do you remember all the 17 candidates?
John Kasich,
okay, so Kasich, right? Jeb Bush. All right, so what were your thoughts about
Jeb Bush? They thought was going to win.
Absolutely, a lot of money was behind him. So what were your thoughts on Kasich and on Bush?
All right, I personally, remember I said yesterday, I don't know if you were in the show yesterday, I am a Democrat. However, I always look at the Republicans who are running and remind myself, which ones do I think would be good? If they win, can I live with that? Are they going to be good for our country? I might not agree with all their policies. However, I can still look at a Republican and say, I can live with this. And Jeb Bush was one. And I know everybody thought he was a warmonger, but I thought Jeb Bush was the smartest of all the Bushes. So I liked Jeb Bush. John Kasich, I liked him. I did not like a lot of his policies, but I did like John Kasich.
What about Vivek?
By the way, Mitt Romney, I will tell you that I know many Republicans who would not vote for Mitt Romney because if he had been allowed to run for president as Mitt Romney, the governor, they would have, everybody, even I would have considered him. It was when he was told he had to, they were marketing him as too far to the right for people who were used to him being governor. And that was the problem. That was the problem. And but I think that, and then he came back. And then he came back and became who he really was. And then
who else was in that group now?
You also had Vivek Ramaswamy.
No, remember the 17 I'm talking about? Who?
Yeah, I know all of them.
Rick Santorum.
Right, I forgot about him. Okay, he was to the right.
Well, you had Walker Santorum.
Walker. Wait, Walker. Do you remember Wisconsin?
Governor of Wisconsin. Yeah.
Scott Walker. Yes.
Yeah, Rick Santorum.
Right. Wait. Hold on Scott Walker. Popular governor, right?
Yeah.
There were some issues later.
By the way, Santorum, it came out that he won Iowa that year. I mean, it was when they sorted out all the votes, Santorum won Iowa. I was a Santorum fan, actually.
Well, do you want to know why Trump won? Why some really good Republicans didn't win? That's the
because he's better than
the media. No, the media. He's so
this is easy.
You got to give him some credit because
he had 20% name recognition, right?
We were covering all of everything he said and did. And we were getting all the other rallies. We weren't getting that.
But Trump had to face a 3-man field. Let's say it was Jeb Bush and Ted Cruz, and that was the field. Trump would not have won that election, right? I mean, he was able with 20%.
He ran against Ted Cruz. Don't you remember who was?
Scott came. Remember, it came down to the 3. It was Kate, because I remember it was there was 18,000 of us at that policy conference, and it was 3 people presented, and it was Cruz, Trump, and Kasich. Those were the 3 that were left. Do you remember? It kind of came down to those 3.
And they couldn't have been more different.
They were so different.
But I think if Trump had to start that race with 3 people in the field, like a normal Republican field, the reason Trump won, I mean, I remember, one of those debates where he was like, Kasich says something critical, right? And Trump pulls out a scrumpled piece of paper and says, you know what? The reason I'm like in the middle of the stage, okay, is because I'm like at the top of the polls at like 20%, you're at like 2%. That's why Trump won. I mean, he could not, I don't think Trump could have won if it was a normal primary without 16 people.
Yeah, he definitely benefited from having a lot of people for a couple of the reasons that you're saying. So one is he already had high name recognition, which gave him relatively high poll ratings. And then the other thing he was very clever at, if you remember, doing against the 16-17, whoever was the new number 1 that week, he became like their number 1 opponent. And he would just like constantly attack that person. And he would drop.
Do you know what he did to Ted Cruz?
Well, he would drop his previous attacks.
It was awful when he said that he attacked the week before. Immoral. I mean, it was so terrible.
What he did to Ted Cruz is more than until we had learned about the National Enquirer bit. We didn't know that. Do you remember how he accused Ted Cruz of having put nude photos of Melania, spreading nude photos of Melania? Oh, yes. And do you want to know who gave the nude photos to the Enquirer? It was Trump. He did that in order to blame Ted Cruz. And he also said, about your father being with having breakfast with Lee Harvey Oswald and all of that stuff. And Ted Cruz fell for it. Ted Cruz did not fight back. Ted Cruz, he said, don't talk about my wife that way. But then he just was a sponge. He just was weak.
None of them were good at responding to his style of attacks. And they didn't even try for many, many weeks. And it was only at the very end when Rubio and a few others tried to copy Trump's style, and it didn't work very well.
It didn't work, no.
Where is the country going, and how long will you live in the past?
Absolutely not yet. You might best on this.
I had a friend who was a reporter at the time, and we talked about the coverage and the coverage of the rallies and the things that Trump would say. I'm sorry.
I don't know what it is.
What happened?
Wait.
Oh, here's Jane.
So can you go back to
Can I just say one thing real quick, Abby, about because you brought up Dave McCormick earlier.
I love him, yeah.
Yeah, and it's interesting because in a lot of ways he has some similarities with George H. Bush, and he has that plus like a Trump adaptation, I would say. But they're very, very similar backgrounds.
Really nice guy too, Euro. He's just pleasant and not like.
Well, he's
Scott, have you? I mean, you see him a lot on TV in Philly, but.
Yeah, well, he's a West Point graduate, and he also got an MA and PhD from Princeton. He was a former CEO of Bridgewater, so it's like one of the world's largest hedge funds, and he served in the George W. Bush administration. as Undersecretary of the Treasury for National Affairs. Yeah.
I door knocked for him. I mean, I flew back to Philly and went into Montgomery County and door knocked. And people, I mean, that was a very close race. You remember Casey wouldn't, what do you call it? He wouldn't, what do you call it? The concede, thank you. I mean, it was a very close race. But can I go back to the 17? I'm still trying to remember everyone that presented. Remember that debate with Megyn Kelly with the blood in her eyes?
Yep.
With Trump. So
and blood,
they were
everywhere.
all on stage. I thought that was incredible.
So you had who did I say? Walker, Santorum. You had Marco Rubio, obviously. You had Rick Perry. You had Rand Paul.
Rick Perry. I forgot about him.
It was the most talented primary field I've ever seen.
Until he couldn't name the different things that he remember, he said there were 5 things he was going to name, and he couldn't remember them, or even 3. It was
3.
That was the end of him. That was the end of him.
And he couldn't. Yeah. And the problem was he's the one that brought up the 3, so that makes it really, really bad. It's like I got 3 things I want to change, and they are 1 and 2. Oh, I can't remember the third one.
Can't remember the third.
Yeah, so it's like it just instant loss of credibility, right?
As a Democrat watching, you looked and you said, okay, that's the next Saturday Night Live sketch. You look at them, and
that was really bad.
The same thing. Democrats had the same thing, but it was you looked at that one and said, "Oh, that's going to be on Saturday Night Live. That's it." And that was the end of him.
Yeah,
and he made a joke about it. He was very self-deprecating about it as well. So
yeah, I mean that one's embarrassing. It's just like you had some vice presidents like that were just really terrible speakers.
Dan Quayle.
Yeah, Dan Quayle's the one I was thinking of. I couldn't remember his name. You had Rand Paul, the senator from Kentucky, who ran. Pataki, governor of New York, former governor of New York. Kasich, the governor of Ohio. He would have been an interesting candidate, maybe.
I liked Kasich. Not all of his policies, though, but at the end, when we were coming down to the end, I was looking and saying, now, which one could I live with? I could live with Kasich. I had some faith in him. So remember, he also was one who took issue with Trump saying about grabbing women by their genitals or whatever. So
why did Jeb Bush implode, and whatever happened to him?
Jeb Bush didn't implode. He just couldn't get. What happened with Jeb Bush is you have to remember. First of all,
Trump.
They had him out there. They had him out there saying he's going to win, he's going to win, he's going to win, and it's in the very beginning. And along comes Trump. And Trump is saying the most outrageous things at his rallies, and the press is that's all they're doing is covering the outrageous things.
And also, do you remember, Meryl, the one thing? So first, I think Jeb Bush was a laboratory candidate, right? It's the person you create in a lab, right? Like, oh, this will be the great guy. But do you remember in the debate when he said, it was an early debate, and he said, my brother kept us safe. And Trump says, not on 9/11 he didn't. And that was it. I mean, that was the fait accompli, right? I mean,
but his brother had nothing to do with 9/11.
So, no, but I mean, it just was a fumble, right? I mean, it was just.
Yeah, I know. But
it was just one of those moments where.
Well, there were 2 other things about Jeb Bush. He was married to somebody, I believe she was Latin, and he was not hard on immigration.
Fluent Spanish speaker. Fluent Spanish, yeah.
Pardon?
I think it just had more to do with the fact that Trump was all over whoever was the favorite at the time.
That's right.
So when Jeb Bush was the favorite, so he would just hammer him so hard that somebody else would become the new number 1, and then he would relax his pressure on Bush and go after whoever the new number 1 is, and he just kept doing that. So
nobody was going back. Nobody was going back.
So Trump was always number 2. So it was just a matter of time that Trump would win,
I keep saying it. He sucked the oxygen out of everybody's campaign, and that's all you were focused on.
Meryl,
You didn't have investigative reporting in those days.
Meryl,
if investigative reporting, it would have been different.
Well, the thing is he got the other candidates to also gang up on the number one. So the person that he attacked in the previous week, he was nice to this week, and then that person would reciprocate nice back to Trump. So then they'd go after the new person. So Trump like ended up just being the leader just because he was like the leader of the opposition, so to speak.
But Meryl, if you could, who is your dream candidate? Like,
my dream candidate?
Yeah, who are you running?
I didn't have a dream candidate. You're all going to get me for this one. I happen to have liked Hillary Clinton, not because I understood all the deficits, but I also understood how.
But I voted for her. I was a huge Hillary Clinton fan.
So I have no problem. I never held my nose when I.
But in 2028, right? I mean, you've got to get
like this one.
I might.
I'm looking at Rahm Emanuel right now. I'm trying to.
I love Rahm Emanuel. I love Rahm Emanuel. I think he's amazing.
I think that you cannot dispute how experienced he is. And quite frankly, when you deal in a presidential race as a Democrat, the one thing that makes him stand out from any other is, pardon my French, he's not going to take shit from anybody. He's a fighter.
Our country would not have elected you, Meryl. The country.
I understand that.
And I'm not a Shapiro. I'm not a fan of his for a lot of reasons.
Oh, I know you weren't.
But I have valid reasons, and it's not from a Republican standpoint. It's like letting down his community. However, if you took all of that away, and looked at his politics, they wouldn't elect him. And Rahm Emanuel, I agree with you. I like him more than Shapiro, and I think that he's more qualified. I don't disagree with you, but I mean, in the state of affairs as it is, even if you're looking in 2028, do you think things will calm down by then? That they would ever consider that?
I think he's a particularly strong candidate. He gave me an exclusive interview a few years ago, and I was really impressed with his performance because I really drilled him, and he just responded very well.
I think of him. I know people say it's too soon to say anything good about Pritzker, but he's there. I'm waiting to see. I want to see all the candidates.
You can't be that overweight. I mean, I think it's one of those things you can't be that overweight and be president. I mean, it's shallow. It's dumb. But Pritzker's. You can't be that fat and be president. It's just not.
So overweight. What are you talking about?
Don't. He'll be. But believe me, by then he'll have taken some medication and he will be thinner. Don't you remember what Chris Christie did?
Thinner than Trump?
He did the rubber band surgery.
Yeah, and Chris Christie never, he was still overweight. I mean, I think that was part of.
He gained back his weight. He gained back the weight.
Yeah, I think Christie, we have a fat shaming culture that will not forgive those things. I mean, it sucks. It's terrible.
They forgive it for Trump.
Oh, you know what?
It's not the same kind of fat.
They won't forgive.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, Abby's right. I mean, and also Trump has mastered his outfits. Like he's mastered his look.
Long tie.
Yeah, because if you see him in lighter clothing, you really see how obese he is. I mean,
he can handle the.
There's his tie. Too long.
Excuse me, Meryl. I have a question for you. I've heard that it's rumored that hundreds of years from now, people will look back on Donald Trump with total awe and nostalgia and just aura. Like, how does it make you feel knowing that so many people in the future will look back on Trump and just view him as like the closest thing to God that has ever walked the earth?
No, historians aren't even waiting. Historians normally wait 20 to 25 years before they start talking about how a president will be remembered in history, and he is not. And believe it or not, Biden will be remembered as an excellent president. Trump will not be looked upon that way.
I don't think so with Biden. I'm not gonna. I think Clinton, perhaps, I'll give that to the Democrats, but not Biden.
I think what Biden had,
cost.
yeah. So we always talk about the Washington insiders, right? And what Biden was a Washington insider. So when he walked into office, he knows DC and he knows how to get things done. He knows how to cut deals. He knows all the people. He knows committee structures. He knows. So I mean, I think it's one of the reasons why he could quickly spend $1 trillion, right? I mean, it was.
It's one of the reasons why he could put together a coalition within 2 days. You have to remember that.
Yeah, no. I don't think Biden's going to go down as one of the best or the worst. I think he's someone that got in the office and knew how to function in the office in a way that Trump doesn't, right? I mean, Trump, Trump can't function in the office. I mean, and that's not a critique of Trump. It's just he just doesn't have the sensibility.
He's not interested or have an attention span.
Yeah, in the way that Biden did, right?
Well, when he was better, maybe, yeah.
I think Howard always says that there's 3 things that matter to Trump. One is legacy, and his legacy is going to be that his name's on everything, and the arch. That I hope somebody comes and tears down if a Democrat wins, and then and not going money.
Meryl, you can't take down federal monuments after you construct them, and it's funny that it's called the Arc de Trump because like the Arc de Triomphe and Trump are so close.
Well, but if I'm mistaken about this, it's been a long time since I went to Arlington Cemetery. But when I was there, I recall that you could look and you could see, like the Lincoln Memorial, you could see that whole area. And with that arch now, you're not going to be able to see that. And I think that's sinful. I think that the most serene thing that we could do.
How would you not be able to see it based on, I'm just trying to think of where you're placing it, because they are on, like if you think about where the Lincoln Memorial is, it's over on the other side of the mall. Like I'm just spatially thinking of where it is. So is this arch going to be, how could it be in front of the Lincoln Memorial? It would seem to me it would be behind, it would be closer to on the White House side of the mall. I have to look
I've got
on
to do some reading on this. I thought that it was going to block certain views that I think would be very important.
It couldn't be from Arlington because the Lincoln, you're seeing across the water from Arlington. Have you been to like the National Airport, or Reagan Airport? Like,
no.
That vantage looking, and you go up, what's that, 14th Street when you drive over the bridge? Like then you see the Lincoln, you see the Jefferson, but I would think this arch is on the other side of the mall.
Tell me something. How do you feel about the arch? Do you think it's important?
I could care less. Truthfully, I care more that the Abraham Accords are extended.
Meryl, it's simply a rendering.
I'm answering you. It's
that's
like
saying,
non.
That's saying I don't.
I honestly haven't thought about it.
It's a 3D rendering, ladies. Hello.
I haven't thought about it.
I truly haven't. That's why I'm not even sure where it is, because I'm just not focused on it. Just like the whole thing with the ballroom, I'm not focused on it. I'm focused,
Washington,
and a lot of Republicans, Meryl, a lot of Republicans take this position. His personality drives me nuts. There's so many things that are, offensive and I don't like. And so I focus so much on what comes out as policy. And I kind of like turn a blind eye. I just don't pay attention to the other stuff. And I'm not trying to be facetious or not pay attention to what you're asking. I just really, in very honest answer, I just haven't cared. And maybe I should care. Like I go to Washington a lot. I like going to the memorials. It's very important to go to them. I agree. You should have great views coming from Virginia, looking over the water. I don't disagree with you.
Meryl, everybody loves new construction, Meryl. You're such a Debbie Downer. It's like Disneyland. It's a new roller coaster.
I don't know if that answers you. I'm really being honest. It's just like not something on my radar. Well, but I'm going to look at it now.
So I do have an answer. The proposed,
where is it?
The proposed site actually is in the sight line between Arlington Cemetery and the Lincoln Memorial. So,
where is it exactly?
They're talking about it over by the
where?
What is that square called? Is it called Memorial Square? Or?
So it's on the other side of the Lincoln. Then it's not on the mall side, is what you're saying.
Memorial Circle, Columbia Island.
Oh, okay. So it's on the other side. Wait, let me look at a map.
It's between the cemetery and the Lincoln Memorial.
Okay, so let me look at this.
It's done for a reason. It's done to feature Trump.
And the thing is the problem is that it's far taller than the Lincoln Memorial.
Is it just the "In God We Trust" at the top of the memorial that you don't like? Because it's not branded Trump, FYI. The rendering does not show any Trump logo, brand, or anything. So it says "In God We Trust," and it's a 250-year anniversary Arc of Triumph. And he is our president. Meryl, you can't change history despite all your complaints. You'll never stop history.
The arc is not part of history, right?
So it's in Virginia. It's not in the district. It's not in the district. It's going to be in Virginia.
Oh, it's in Virginia.
People got TDS so bad.
Yeah,
it's fucking amazing.
If it's a Memorial Circle, that's not in the district. That's on the other side.
FYI, I want to let you guys know that I am working for Psychology Magazine now, and I am actually being published with an article about Trump derangement syndrome, and I'm going to update it with notes from this conversation.
Derangement syndrome, but you aren't going to talk about Trump's narcissism.
Wait. So to go back to this, so it's on the Virginia side. Wait, it's not where.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's on the Virginia side.
When you go see all the memorials, have you done that? Like ever go at night and you do all the memorials in DC? It's actually, if you haven't done it, it's a great tour that they do.
I think but every DC is. I think everything about it is. I was awestruck with my children about every single thing we saw in DC.
Oh, but you know that's part of Washington DC.
Did you do that? Did you do the memorials at night, or you went by day?
I don't know if we did them at night. I think we did them by day.
Was how many years ago?
So Abby,
was the
single place we went.
So Abby, it would actually be in DC, by the way.
Excuse me, Abby, I have a question for you. It's about the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. Abby, this is a trivia question. What is the geographic shape of the flooring in the Holocaust concentration camp?
I can tell you actually a lot about that museum because I remember when they were building it, and I knew some of the people that were the first round of running it. So I.M. Pei was the architect. If you know who I.M. Pei is, it's
no, I don't know.
Architect.
He's the same guy that did the pyramid in front of the Louvre.
Yeah, many other.
Do you know who Abby? Do you know who the Abt family is? ABT. Oh, they're one of the most successful Jewish families in America. You should look them up. They own ABT.com, which is one of the nation's largest electronic retailers. And when you leave the Holocaust Museum, it says this wing was donated by Mr. Abt. So I texted his son. I was like, I can't believe you guys put all this money up for the museum. And he's like, yep.
Well, there's that's a wonderful thing that they did that. It's a pretty incredible museum. But the design, the exterior design, part of it looks almost like the camp. It's like two different facades of the building. One actually gives you the feeling of that building in Auschwitz. And then the other, I forget what the other half of the building's exterior design is supposed to be. But inside, the way the architect did that is, so it's a chronological museum. You start in the 30s and then you work your way through the period of time of the Holocaust to the end of it. And
the actual walkway and pathways through the museum physically get more and more narrow as you go through the years and you go through the process. And then like all of a sudden you're at a point when you're going through that museum, you ask what the floors are like, you all of a sudden you're at a point where you have no choice but to walk into a boxcar. And that's how narrow it gets. And then you find yourself in the actual boxcar.
Wait, are you talking about the Skokie Holocaust Museum, or are you talking about
Have you guys been to the museum? Had this experience? I mean, it's
Yes.
Halloween. But Meryl, do you remember this part? Like what I'm talking about?
No, what I remember. See, I had just been to Dachau several years earlier. I had been to Aunt Frank's house. I had all of that, and that I was so emotional. So when I went to the Holocaust Museum, and we took my parents and my children, and I could not make it all the way through that museum. I then took my son. There's an area for the children's part of the Holocaust Museum, and where you're learning about a little boy, and each scene is something that's happening to him. And then it's not a boxcar, but it's one area that's like a little, did you see that? Where it's a post office. And you take the children into this post office, and they're going to write postcards or draw pictures. And because they're so influenced by what they've seen, and they don't believe that this little boy has been killed. They don't want to believe that because it's not pounded into them that it is, but they want them to remember this boy. So that's what they do. They write these postcards and draw pictures for him. And
I didn't know they did that like that.
Yes.
I guess because I never went in the children's one. I know when they first opened it, you were to be given someone's identity, and everyone got, I don't know if they still do this, everyone got the identity of somebody, and then you carried that identity through the period of time, and you don't know if your person lived or died. You find out at the end. And there's, yeah, I mean, it was pretty impactful, but I never knew they did that with the children's one. I know at the end, there's a room. And so this is interesting because we are, a country that is not showing one faith or another. There's a room that's just like a
why you all in my ear? I'm talking a whole bunch of shit that I ain't trying to hear. Motherfucker, you don't know me like that. Motherfucker, you don't know me.
Hello? Hello, moderators. Do you know how to use the fucking app? Hello? Is that DJ Pooh? I'm gonna pack you up, DJ Pooh, and put you in a goddamn Subway sandwich and put a bunch of tomato, motherfucking lettuce, and some mayo. I'm gonna pack you up, DJ Pooh. I'm gonna put some pepper, some salt, some vinegar, some balsamic vinaigrette. I'm gonna pack you up and put you in a bag for lunch. You ain't nothing but a Subway sandwich, Dr. Pooh. DJ Pooh! I'm gonna get you, DJ Pooh! Scott, can you mute this motherfucker? Howard, kick this motherfucker. Scott, kick this motherfucker. Damn. You're welcome, everybody. What the heck?
How does that happen?
That was interesting.
What the hell was that?
It's a glitch. It's a code. Amazing. Oh god.
Basically, there's a
code.
That was a
there's a
troll.
code you can put like in your profile, and what it does is if you have an iPhone, it will crash your app, and so basically anybody who tries to mute him is going to. It was very annoying, but I could find some comedy in it.
Yeah, it was kind of funny.
I had to keep like leaving the room and coming back. So
Yeah, I was the lead mod. I couldn't get rid of him.
So wait,
Wow.
so John, how did you do it?
The only person that can remove him, I think,
It's Android.
Android.
Yeah, I'm on Android. I'm on a cheap burner Android.
So it will only freeze the app if you have an iPhone and you go on his profile.
That's amazing. I know that guy. He has been on this app for a long time, and he is one wild motherfucker. But he does this thing where he packs you up and makes you into a sandwich and screams at you. He has the craziest, most toxic abuse rooms you've ever heard on this app. That guy is fucking whack.
What was his name?
DJ Pooh, I think he goes by.
DJ Pooh?
I think so. He's got a couple of names probably. Listen, gay, black, transsexual men who are entertainers. I mean, as long as they're not violent, like they're exceptional performers. They're very funny. But BB, I didn't kick you from that room earlier because I was recording something, and I know you wanted to talk, but I was right in the middle of making a recording with Bima. We were reading Ayn Rand's book on selfishness.
Man, it was crazy. Who kicked me? And took all
No, that was me. I kicked you.
Ran a bunch of shit. And that's just how y'all white people been doing every other country y'all pull up through. Y'all just come up with a whole bunch of noise. Can't nobody.
Yeah. That guy colonized the room, right, Big Mac? That was a colonization.
DJ Pooh colonized the whole room.
Yeah.
He was enslaved to that shit.
Yeah, we were all enslaved. Like we were in Egypt as slaves. David, I wanted to thank you for your comments today in Gary's room. I really appreciated them.
Oh yeah, no, you're welcome.
That was really nice.
I don't know if they added to the. But yeah, no, I was just doing a deep thought into what It's just mind-boggling.
It's funny that you came in here, David, and Meryl came back. We got rid of that guy. John figured out how to get rid of him.
No,
Don't click on his account if he comes back.
I don't know. My conspiracy theory is that was
Perhaps another profile that John had.
No. Howard, can you please go explore the app and watch, what real hell sounds like? Have you explored the 10th layers of hell?
But you know that clip was part of Tropic Thunder, the Les Grossman skit.
Not the movie?
Yeah. So I think it was a strategic,
I'm afraid to block him because if I click on his profile to block it, the same thing's going to happen.
No, Abby, what you do is you go to the top right, click on report recent speaker, and then select him without clicking on his picture, and it'll allow you to report him, and then you can block him.
Okay, wait. I go to the top.
He's from the deepest of the deep trenches here on
Report recent
Clubhouse.
speaker.
Pepe has a lot of experience with Clubhouse's finest in Black excellence. And DJ Pooh is absolutely one of the best examples of Black excellence on this app.
The white colonizer move. He's more of y'all.
Excuse me, what year is it?
Good night to all of you, and thank you very much. It was a very good conversation.
Good night, Meryl.
Meryl, it's always great to see you. Good night, Meryl. David Garcia. Let's go to David Garcia. David, where is the country going? And who would you, if you could have a dream candidate, who would it be and where would they take the country?
We had this one yesterday, Scott. What's going on? I'll say it again.
Because we have new people. We have new people here.
Okay, that's true. Yeah. We need a unifier. We need somebody that
Libertarian?
is sort of not controversial, who's got respect of society, who can speak to both sides. Who's got a background in something that isn't questionable or illegitimate, and is esteemed somehow in society. I think we need to find a candidate that can transcend a lot of that stuff. Whether that's, I don't know. I think we need to find a leader that war heroes used to be good candidates for this stuff. People that fought and died.
Why do you like warriors? Because they have skin in the game for the country?
Skin in the game. They fought honorably. It's about country. It's about putting your life on the line for the country, which we're seeing less and less of that on some level, other than the men and women in the uniforms now today that are out there fighting, of course. So I don't want to. Yeah, absolutely.
David, they better be intelligent though, right?
I'm not saying put anybody stupid. What are you talking about? Yeah.
Well, it just doesn't seem to me in today's communication paradigm, just because you served overseas honorably and fought in combat to a certain degree. We have a lot of veterans in Congress or in the Senate that are traitor backstabbers and are veterans to the hilt. And they lost their legs, but they still complain nonstop about Trump.
Well, there's things to complain about. There's every president's had something to complain about. I don't care who he was.
If I'm not mistaken, since that's that group of
I got kicked.
that were going down from
I got kicked.
I think it was either Boston or I don't remember states up here. They were going down to I think it was Florida or one of those states that they just went missing. The whole car, the kids,
I think there's a reason King Charles came over here. I think he came over here to kick us in the ass a little bit and wake us up. I think his say what you want about the man. He's obviously silver spoon, bloodlines, what have you. But I think his message and what he said was something that a candidate in this country should be speaking about on some level and unifying us in a way that is bigger picture than party. I think the party thing's broken. I think that's clearly the case with the MAGA defense.
Three values that you would that your person that would run for president, like just three values that they would lead with.
Respect for everybody in this country, all cultures. I think we need to start with, elevating everybody that's contributed to this country on something. Have a message that speaks to that Ellis Island legacy that built this country. I think we got to start there. I think we need to also somehow speak to the economics of the country and find a way to make everybody's have viable employment on some of those. We had less than 5% unemployment at one time in this country, maybe 4%. I think we need to figure out how to make this country productive again, and led to technology with innovating and educating our youth and tomorrow's leaders with those possibilities. We can't talk about universal basic income and not figure out what that looks like and tell a bunch of folks you're going to wake up one day and not have a job. I think
the country doesn't need to be run by old ass white men. That's what the country needs.
We need a Jewish president.
David, what do you think of your governor? How do you feel about him going into national office?
Newsom?
Well, yeah, I thought you still lived in LA, right? You're a Dodgers fan.
This is your final chance. Bow down to me.
I think it's part of the same playbook, right? Who's going to lead? He's obviously he's photogenic, he's articulate. He's run a big country, our big economy in California. Now, politics does. Some people would say it's because the failings of California is not believable. And they say, well, you mismanage America the way you mismanage aspects of California. The rail to nowhere, the train to nowhere, the infrastructure, the fires, the fire response.
You greet like women.
The voting tax.
This is your final blow.
California into the fucking ground.
There's net migration.
He sucks. No, he's terrible.
But then again, who are we going to choose then? Not him, who? I mean, I think Josh Shapiro's pretty articulate.
He's not going anywhere.
Okay, well then that scratch him off.
I mean, Meryl said Rahm Emanuel, that was her candidate. I don't think he's going anywhere either.
Man's particular distinction from all other living species is the fact that his consciousness.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I don't think wrong religion that they won't elect him.
Yeah, and his Zionism is on the record.
Well,
so.
yeah, but now I can tell you I don't like his comments that he's made as from an alleged Zionist because he's not strong on it. And he just said to give back aid. So his own community will go after those comments. But the point is, he can't. In this climate, there's no way he could get elected, even if he was absolutely hit on every mark as the perfect candidate. I mean, the country's too anti-Semitic to do it. So who's left in the Democratic Party? Like really as a contender, they could start. I mean, would you say it's got to start now?
I've heard it floated that Hillary's a possibility, even though I know that's probably laughable to some folks. But Hillary's, I think, tempted to maybe throw her hat in the ring. Harris is obviously she's got a possibility of maybe getting that back.
If Harris ran, David, we would lose 53 states.
I know.
Guam, Mars, that would be the worst mistake we could ever make.
I know, it's probably not going to happen. Yeah. But I think, so I think Newsom's the guy, really. I really do. And I think, but I think.
Isn't he under investigation for fraud by the hundreds of millions?
Hundreds of
Well,
millions.
there's obviously there's entities that he oversees that are obviously being investigated, and who whether that can be laid at his feet or his doorstep remains to be seen. But there's a
The
lot of
hospice stuff you're talking about?
not just the hospice stuff. There's that, and then there's the homeless, the homeless audit, the big massive homeless audit in Los Angeles that is unearthing, no accountability of where the money went. I don't know where it goes. It's not been in the press lately, but
David, what would the Republican Party? I mean, you're a pretty moderate guy. I mean, with a big heart, and I think you're one of the more intelligent people on the app. What would the Republican Party have to do to get you to cross the aisle?
Well, as I said, I mean, look, I think the right candidate. Like I said, I heard Ben Sass speak the other day on 60 Minutes, right? Some of us might have heard that guy talk. He was messed. Yeah, he's dying, obviously. So the way the guy speaks and the way he's grounded in his faith and his family and he was listing all these things that you should be about outside of your title, outside of your political position. And to me, that was a refreshing outlook on public service. And I said, if this guy was going to live and continue to go on, he'd be a guy that I should vote for, because he's not going to demonize the left. He's not going to come out the right or the Democratic side. He's going to find consensus. I think we need consensus builders. I mean, it was the reason they called Reagan the Reagan Democrat, right? He figured it out. Clinton figured it out. He gave Newt Gingrich. He said, "Look, dude, what do you need? Okay, you want a crime bill? Let's go craft a crime bill." He met those guys on every turn. He said, "Look, I know I can't fight you. Let's fight a common ground." And that's why he had 8 years absent the Monica Lewinsky debacle. I think he had a fantastic 8 years. Somebody like that, that could work the room and work the country and speak to all sides. Like you said, Scott, we can't have a politician that can't talk to the other side. Otherwise, they're going to lose, right? So I think you got to take care of the
That would be the worst mistake we could ever make.
I know, it's probably not going to happen. The nation feel like parts of the nation. But I think Newsom's the guy I really like. I really do. But I think
investigation for fraud by the hundreds of millions.
Fundamentally,
there's I think electoral college wise it is, but not population wise. I think population wise, with the big states of California, New York, not Florida, because that's more right, is Washington, the cities around Chicago, Detroit. A lot of the population is not center right, but where the votes, where the political machinery decides presidential elections, I think that's absolutely accurate.
Yeah, so in the aggregate, we're probably center right.
Yeah, exactly.
Scott, I would say the country is centrist and slow to change by design, conservative by design, in a small state conservative. It doesn't want fast change. So I think that's a personality about our country as well, about the system.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, there are days where I flip-flop on this. Some days, and Caleb, you know me, I like to nerd out in the 18th century. But there are other days where I think, oh my gosh, let's just basically have a parliamentary system and just, let the winners run the country. And then, I tend to think about checks and balances, and I think there's an artistry to our system that is really interesting, but also super frustrating.
It hasn't been scaled correctly. But it's not the right size. It's not the right agility. It's not all of those things without couldn't have been anticipated in a world of 13 colonies, right? 50 states, all of the kind of micro regional stuff that really changes a lot from parts of the country to parts of the country. We are.
Are you warming up, dude, or what?
I think. You know, we're not. The scaffolding isn't right.
Dude, fucking John needs to debate Tamario. They would just get along great.
It's you know.
So why can't the Attorney General Bustos is going to file a lawsuit against Producer Johnson, but shut it down and forward to the Supreme Court?
You know, I forgot who it was I was debating in that room of Andrews at one time where
When there's presidential elections, they're not campaigning.
you know, that I want to debate that person or somebody with that particular argument, because my argument is the argument to make. But I don't know who John is. I don't know what John argues, and so I don't know.
I don't know. I think John would fuck you up in a debate, man. But that's to remain to be seen.
And unless you can win those swing states, you're not.
Because you bring some heat too. You know what I mean? By the way, what did you get from your delivery driver over there?
So you know.
Oh, just some red wine.
Unless we break that system.
All right, man. What are you pouring yourself a cup right now?
That's going to be the.
Yeah, I'm actually on my second glass. That was probably about 20 minutes ago. So I've just been kind of chilling, but you know, I'm on glass 2.
No doubt, man.
I'm also, I'll give you because I'm such an enigma, I'm also, well, I just, you know, just going to the being from the hood, you know, whatever, however you said it and how I explained it. I'm also, I just rolled a blunt too, so I do
Bro, God told me to take the seeds of the earth and grow some shit. So, because I'm gonna do.
Yeah, we shouldn't be smoking. Like, there's nothing wrong.
I'm doing the same thing. I'm doing it. All right.
So.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, no, I don't think Citizens United helped either. I mean, but I don't know where we go from here. I mean, I don't know where we move forward. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, maybe there is a way forward. I just don't see it. Abby, do you see a way forward? I mean, you're somebody that's connected to political circles and things. Do you see a pragmatic way forward where we could heal the divides right now? Going once, Abby going twice. Let's go to Dr. Adams. What's going on? Dr. Adams going once. Let's go to Maria. Maria, do you see a way forward? Pepe, I don't even. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Do I see a way going forward? I don't. I don't want to be pessimistic, but I would say almost no. I don't think.
Not in the way it is now, anyway. I feel personally like the system now has to collapse. It must, in order for us to, who are, aware and alert to take over and rebuild something new.
That's extreme. So you want so you would rather.
Can you tell that John Kitover, Chicago Mail is very optimistic about the future because of intelligence?
I mean, everyone who has the power to do something is either on the wrong side or not doing anything at all. And then the rest of us who have to work day to day, paying our fucking shit way through life, have no other choice but to do, just sit here right now, unfortunately.
It even says it in the Bible.
It's not only affecting global effect. It's like, it's huge. And unfortunately, my big folks who are blindsided by the cult propaganda and narrative just cannot seem to stop living in a state of oblivion. And by that I mean they just don't. Someone earlier was like, just don't think about those types of things. I just put it to the side. What? Are you being human? How? I can't do it anyway, and that's just me.
Well, I think it's interesting. You do sound more like. I'll just say, you seem like somebody, you have people on the fence, right? You seem someone kind of on the fence left. Much more.
I like to call myself moderate. I live in Louisiana, unfortunately, and I was registered independent, but now I don't associate with any party because the Independent Party of Louisiana was dismantled last year in August, and then of course this stupid shit that the governor just did with the Voters' Right Act stuff, which I kind of get why it was a loss. The language that they used to redistrict the maps was just retarded, and I just wish they would have used better language to propose the decision that they were trying to make. But also we live in a stupid ass, retarded ass state where people live in a state of oblivion. They just don't care. I work with people every day who don't see how this is affecting me, my family, others around us. They're just praising Lord Trump, blessed by God. I just,
Well, I think that we'll start moving in a better direction when we reorganize our attitudes towards priorities and towards leisure. I think that is a good start. I think that a lot of people that displace their grievances on the government as opposed to exercising their own free will to get second and third jobs, where the cost of living is just outpacing their individual input into how they spend their workday. So I think that when we reorganize people's attitudes towards leisures, luxuries, and necessities, I think that we can get more towards a relevant conversation as to who is doing what, who has earned what, who has what, who doesn't, and why. I feel like a lot of that balance really has been ignored for quite some time. And I feel like we need to return back to basics to where people have their own place, they have their own, hierarchy of needs, and they have their own hierarchy of allowances based on their individual input as to how they cultivate resources. I mean, the fact that you have people buying $20 million homes in the same areas, are working in OnlyFans, in the same areas as people who have built businesses and enterprises. I just think that that's laughable, and that's certainly not what America stands for. It's absolutely not. Pornographers in this country are making more than doctors. That's crazy to me.
So I really, this is one thing that I think is really annoying when I hear it from conservatives. They have doctrinaire prescriptions for everything. Just self-reliance and focus on yourself and why you are where you are. It's okay, buddy. That doesn't mean that a house is gonna be more fucking affordable even after that third job. And it's extremely fucking tone deaf. And
What is affordable, Pepe?
What is affordable?
No. Because there are homes where people have money. It's the fact that people want granite counters, they want TikTok homes, they want a bunch of bougie luxury that they quite frankly didn't fucking scale for, and they did not earn. That is what the problem is.
No,
you're not going to move into a renovated TikTok house if you don't have the income to match it. Get off your ass and get a second or third job if you want to extend your affordability. But don't sit around and complain that there are no affordable options.
You're being ridiculous right now. Nobody's talking about moving into a bougie fucking place. We're talking about the average fucking American home is out of reach for most young adults.
Pepe, don't you think, I'm thinking about my parents' generation, that a lot of people, came to the realization that
that's why Levitt towns started to crop up around the country.
Different attitudes towards leisure and luxury.
Just hold for a sec. That's why certain suburban areas grew and grew. That you couldn't live in the area where the mansions were, so new neighborhoods started that were more affordable. So it just seems like Adams is talking about like. No, you're not going to live in Santa Monica on the beach, but you might live somewhere in the valley, or if you want to stay in the LA area.
Like far less affordable
No, I understand that. So then it goes out even farther and even farther. I mean, I see it in the city I'm in, and by the way, in your city, Pepe, you see it where the development went farther and farther, where it became more affordable. Like there are parts of the desert where I can't believe people live in, but. It's how development went, and it stretched out to where they could afford it. So you're not going to necessarily have the ocean view, but I think my parents' generation, it happened the same way. And I use the Levittown because it's an example of I don't know what income level you would say that was middle class or lower middle class at the time when they developed them, but that was the choice.
It was lower middle class. That was heavily a part of our curriculum here in the state of California. We studied that, and it actually set the pace for master planning of communities. Donald Bren, who owns the Irvine Company, actually ran with that same model of equally distributing a inventory of housing that is connected with the jobs and the average income of the places of which they're being developed. The other thing too that you want to mention as far as our grandparents' generation and my parents' generation, people with a family of four, you weren't buying a 4-bedroom house. You had people that had 5 kids and they lived in a 2-bedroom house. That's just the reality. So when we go into luxuries and comfort as opposed to necessities, these are the type of attitudes that our generation simply will not get on board with to get in line with the affordability of what these economic conditions have to offer today.
That's maybe with a small portion of the population.
Have you a question?
Yeah. Okay.
So this is August 16th.
You're right. The Chicago Economic School at University of Chicago did create basically all the inflation and all the woke spending and woke philosophical and woke cultural problems, particularly Saul Alinsky and many others. Even our Illinois Attorney General is a University of Chicago professor and lecturer. I don't know who is he? Like, you never heard of him. We have all these attorneys and federal prosecutors that you never heard of, but they're political appointed positions.
Please, Rich, I swear I'll talk to you about it another time. I think he was incredibly hot when he was younger. Like, that's all I want to say about him.
Yeah.
Okay. So he was great looking when he was younger.
I saw pictures of him. He looked like a model.
Gorgeous, just drop dead. Okay, so going back to this, so the concept of the development of the suburbs, or so what you're saying, Adams, that people lived in the 2-bedroom house with the 4 or 5 kids, but then they were able to go into these new towns
because they scaled. They scaled.
But how did all these new towns, like especially where Pepe is a really good example, because think about how far west development went where you are.
Yeah, way out west.
Way out west, right? It wasn't like super valuable. I mean, and the homes were, but that was the alternative where people couldn't live in PV.
Were you around when the town of Maricopa was being built up?
No, I'm trying to think. No.
Maricopa is close to Casa Grande.
Okay.
So there's one highway that leads there into Phoenix, and a whole bunch of people ended up moving out there. People even moved to Casa Grande. And of course, very far west, like Buckeye.
Right. I mean, and they weren't areas you ever thought would develop, but they were cheaper to get homes. And you had companies like Richmond American and American West Homes that went out in these big developments. We had it in Vegas. I mean, it goes all the way up
very similar.
Mount Charleston is. Yeah, it's very similar. And you think, who the hell would live all the way up there? And the ingress into the city is so far.
But it's funny in a way, because I'm thinking what Adams is saying, that became the development, and then it turned into the gentrifying and going back to the older areas that got run down and redoing those
because
areas.
people had different attitudes towards leisure. Now you wanted to go into private neighborhoods, to go to gastropubs, and to go to other freaking places that you don't belong in. Go, keep that on the other side of town. Allow those neighborhoods to develop on their own, and stop putting a bunch of hipster establishments to drive up the cost of food and everything else around it just because you want to go out there on a Saturday night with your girlfriend. Like, I mean, this is how we got here. There were different attitudes towards different attitudes towards leisure, and the proximity of leisure towards development. When you started blending the two is where you started creating pockets. You started creating pockets of things to do and people that wanted to work in those places that became unaffordable. Well, I would say
your situation in Los Angeles is multi-millionaires.
We're not talking about Los Angeles. Hold on.
We're talking about California.
Okay, I'm talking about California.
Oh my God.
One at a time.
So when it comes to
One at a time, and then I wanted to hear David's take on this, because where he has also developed.
But like where we live, Abby, and so Vegas and Phoenix, I think we would always go back and forth for which was the fastest growing city in the country.
3 months.
And so our experience, I think, is actually a lot different from most of the country, just because we have for decades we've been amongst the fastest growing cities. There's only so many places
from conceptual knowledge.
Man's
actions and survival
require the guidance of conceptual value. The housing affordability for young people is a lot worse now than it was for previous generations. It's a whole lot worse. And I get it. There's some people who think maybe they're entitled to live. I mean, in really nice areas in a nice loft, or which can cost a fortune in Manhattan or wherever. But no, I mean, that's not most people. Everybody's a probably not so
close to Tesla Ranch. Okay, so you just like one highway that leads there into Phoenix, and a whole bunch of people end up
this is where experience. None of these idiots have worked over a decade in a world where you're watching an aging generation that's going from living with their parents over towards living on their own and then buying their first homes. So they're not really privy to these conversations.
What are you talking about?
They're not privy to the conversation from a professional standpoint, where they're having conversations with their broke friends that complain about these issues on the internet.
You don't even know my friends.
This is ridiculous. Okay, go ahead.
You work in an apartment complex selling leases. What the fuck do you know about buying a home? I mean, with all due respect. I don't work in an apartment complex selling leases.
Yeah, so I mean, the biggest issue you have in your shitty ass fucking Los Angeles, Adams, is your fucking government officials selling off the fucking rezoning for property that's supposed to be multi-family apartments, and then somebody comes in and fucking pays them off because they want to build a $100 million fucking mansion. And then on top of that, you also have BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street buying up over 49% of all single-family homes by 2030. So I mean, you can blame Larry B. He's paying 50% of our market value. He's paying $100 million fucking just BlackRock alone.
And one of the most abusive things they started doing is, they started buying up all of the trailer parks where you have pensioners.
Which is $2 billion a fucking year in single-family homes. But yeah, by 2030, he's going to have 49% of all homes in America. And he's going to create a renter society like they want to do with the 2030 Great Reset through the World Economics Forum.
But they've even gone as far, like these to buy the trailer parks, which I think is just like horrible. So basically, they immediately raise the rent. They make it so that in a very expedited fashion they can kick you out on your ass. And basically they're freezing out people that are pensioners or whatever, have some kind of fixed income, and just like completely exploiting them economically. And there is, I mean, to me, it's just so fucking disgusting.
Yeah, you should look up
one of those weak and vulnerable people in our fucking population. Shut the fuck up.
Houses like in fucking Picos. The second it hits the fucking market,
your fucking autism is so
fucking crazy, right?
Hey, hold on, David. Do you see this trend in LA?
Well,
what we're talking about?
Well, yeah. I mean, look. So, just from a 30,000 foot view of Los Angeles, there's been a shakeup in the entertainment industry. You just had an article. Guys like Jonah Hill are moving south. There's been a flight out of here. I don't know if you guys watch Netflix or the Apple movies and stuff. You get a lot of A+ listers, but the content isn't the best. Well, there's been a washout of jobs here in Los Angeles with regard to that. LA's always been a kind of a glamour town. We're blessed by great weather, and what I'm going to say is I think that the high cost of living, the social problems have driven a lot of people out of here. Particularly people who want to start a family. Let's say you're an educated college grad or not a college grad. I'm not saying that's me about graduating from college, but you're a young couple. You can't live in certain parts of Los Angeles and raise a family safely or even affordably. So you've got issues.
This is ridiculous. Okay. You work in an apartment complex, so buying a home. I mean, with all the apartment complex on leases.
Yeah, so I mean, the biggest issue you have in your shitty ass fucking Los Angeles, Adams, is your fucking government officials selling off the fucking rezoning for property that's supposed to be multifamily apartments, and then if somebody comes in and fucking pays them off because they want to build a $100 million fucking mansion, and then on top of that, you also have BlackRock Vanguard State Street buying up over 49% of all single-family homes by 2030. So I mean, you can blame fucking Larry Fink. He's paying 50% over market value. He's paying $100 million fucking just BlackRock alone.
One of the most amazing things they started doing is, they started buying up all of the trailer parks where you have pensioners.
Which is $1.2 billion a fucking year in single-family homes.
Because there's more poor people in Los Angeles than there are rich people. And they drive a lot of politics. They drive a lot of the rental laws, the rental concessions. They're passing a law now where you have to be down 2 months before a landlord can start eviction. So imagine you're a small landlord and you're dealing with renters that want to game the system, and you got to pay your mortgage. You can't go to your bank and say, "Hey, can you give me 2 months before I get a 30-day late on my mortgage?" No, they want that payment on time. So I would say that there's a lot of things broken. And there's a lot of washout of the middle class here, and it's not a small place to live when you see a lot of broken people walking through stairwells and parking structures. It's just not a fun place to live when you see humanity suffering like that. It really isn't. It's not fun to walk into your yoga class and you've got to deal with some of that. You're trying to take care of your health. And you realize there's a lot of people hurting out there, and then your politicians, aren't doing anything about it. Like this guy Spencer Pratt, for example, he's a rally TV guy. His house got burned to the ground. He's been living out of a trailer. He's running for mayor of Los Angeles. He just ran an ad on his. He just got backed by Jeannie Buss, the owner of the Lakers, and he's running an ad saying Mayor Bass is living in a $3 million house while I'm living in a trailer because I can't get my home rebuilt. So, I think he's coming at the problem as surgically as I've ever seen a candidate expose Los Angeles the way that he has. And he might get the money to win. We'll see. And but LA has always had the same exact policies and programs that have gotten us to where we're at today. And I don't think they're working anymore. As much as I like the Democratic policies because they tend to be a lot more fair and they try to protect the little guy, whatever. My dad was an educator, so there's unions. What are you doing? There's things like that that don't backstop this country and make everybody kind of prosperous on some way. That's not happening. Biggest dream to come see you? I have one at all. That's a quick question. What can we do to fix things? And what can we do to help people live in Los Angeles get more affordably? And I don't know if there's a lot of easy answers to that. And I just, I'm still around. I'm still living here. But a lot of my friends have moved on and left. And I feel like there's an emptiness to the area now that I've never felt before. And that's saying a lot because LA is such a big place that it's big and it isn't big. If that makes any sense. But anytime anybody's been through here, Venice Beach, some of the Abby mentioned Santa Monica. These places are dying, and they're dying in ways that are businesses going out of, long-standing businesses are shutting their doors now.
David, they're making it worse because in Santa Monica now they're trying to turn the promenade into some sort of, just like drunk crawl, where you can just have open containers in public. I mean, it's going to embolden the homeless people. I mean, aside from that, you go to Santa Monica.
Shut off from the real world.
You go to Santa Monica. Okay, and an average one bedroom is going to cost you about $4,000 a month just to have a washer and dryer inside of your apartment. Think about that for a second, David. Like it's gotten out of control. It's gotten absolutely out of control.
Well, the leases that these landlords want for these businesses is also washing them out as well. So there's a lot of greed that is hurting business' ability to survive.
Well, they also got to make their money back too, because I mean, if you go to some of these landlords, ask them what their occupancy is, because I mean, they could be charging what they want to charge and list the rental amount for what they want to list it for. Ask what their loss leaders are and ask what their current occupancy is.
Well, I'm speaking from, I guess, again, standpoint. This business is around for 30 years. It's a half a block street promenade. It's going out of business.
Yep.
And what's replacing it is a Taco Bell. Okay. We're going from an iconic restaurant to a Taco Bell. So, and I don't think wealthy Santa Monicans want to spend money at Taco Bell. I don't think they want to go in there and eat that bad food. So who's gonna patronize that Taco Bell? So anyway, long story longer. I mean, this is a very rich area. And so,
Nothing. Sorry. Patronizing.
Anyway, am I patronizing?
No. Patronizing is never.
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying. Right, exactly. Yeah. So you're gonna live in your multi-million-dollar house. Yeah, everything around you is kind of falling apart. So you got to drive in and out of your nice home. And then I don't know if you've been watching the news, but there's been a lot of cases of smash and grab, foreign entities coming into LA, gangs, teams of robbers that are sacking homes, and it's just completely out of control.
They're coming up in troops from Guatemala and doing home invasions and then running over the border in Tijuana. This has been going on for quite some time. But I hear you. As far as the Spencer Pratt issue, I'm not voting for him. I'm absolutely not voting for him for a multitude of reasons. One, I don't see any sort of policy plan to address any other issues other than the issues surrounding him rebuilding his house. I also don't think that he really has any sort of honest intention to listen to what his constituents have to say. And I don't believe that he's going to get very far in the election because I don't think that he's going to get very far with minorities. You're not going to win the mayor of Los Angeles race without speaking to issues of minorities. It's just not going to happen. White people have moved to Santa Clarita. They don't vote in our elections. They moved to Orange County. They don't vote in our elections. Most of the people that are dog whistling and, cheering Spencer on are either Hollywood elites, which the good majority of, minorities and otherwise are sick of them altogether, or people that live in Texas.
I also got to make their money back too, because if you go to some of these,
bring in a certain type of MAGA sentiment that's just not going to play very well, in this election cycle. So I think he's going to lose.
Brad, can you imagine being so sheltered that you don't understand how the real world works? And I agree.
And it's funny coming from you because you don't seem to have a job now as of late. Now, do you? Because my parents taught me how to operate four wheels without crashing into shit being on Clubhouse, and you don't see me. You don't see me jobless on Clubhouse with phony business development, right? While your parents are paying their bills. So, what part of this conversation about California belongs to you?
Microbreweries are coming into these affluent neighborhoods and they're doing car crawls. And oh my God, it's like so bad. Like they just want people to walk around like
curious
open
drinks. What do you want to see happen, like in California? So, like I heard you speak kind of rather in a not very nice way amongst the about the homeless people, and I get a lot of them have different issues. But what do you think should happen to them?
They need to return back to states like Rich that sit and finger point at California. We all know that these homeless people. Oh yeah, we know that these homeless people do not belong to California. They do not belong to California. So I think that we need to send them back. I think that we need to send them back by zip code to the people on the internet that have the strongest opinion about this issue. So all of the homeless people that do not belong to California, I think we need to send them back to the states where they belong, Pepe. And I think that if the states don't comply with taking them back, I think that we need to tax the states. I think that we need to tax the states. We need to drive up the cost of anything coming out of California going to those states until they take their homeless people back.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. He makes a good point. I had a guy that didn't work out with. He worked for the city of LA, and they had to sue. Unfortunately, Abby, this goes to your part of the world a little bit. They had to sue the city of Las Vegas for sending homeless people here.
Yeah.
There was an incident of that, and
now we just lock them up. We have a whole area we lock. No, I'm not. You think I'm joking? We have a whole area we close them in and keep them in an area separate from the strip, and it's constitutionally protected. So we've gone all the way to the Supreme Court, and we have ordinances that will arrest them if they're sleeping on the streets. So, everyone, Democrats, Republicans alike, think that the most important thing here is hospitality and not to fuck it up. So that was not a hard ordinance to get through. I know it sounds pretty tough the way I'm saying it, but you have to understand that's the lifeblood of the town, and people sleeping in the streets are not going to bring in tourists.
I think what that does is it wakes up those folks that are trying to purposefully be homeless. I used to live in Santa Monica, and I live in front of this famous chess park. The city of Santa Monica has since eradicated it because of all the bad activity that was happening. This park was iconic. I mean, I used to play a lot of chess there. And I would go down there during the day, and I'd meet these homeless guys, always playing games and playing for money, whatever. And one guy, he's really
just be on Clubhouse. You don't
homeless people, but I said, man, I go, hey, I see you here a lot. You're always playing and having a good time and stuff. I mean, I didn't pull this off. It's like, he goes, oh no, too many questions, man. I'm just here to play chess. I'm not here to talk to you about, how I get away with not working all day. I mean, because this is when I first moved to the area when I was in my early 30s, and I was just curious how these guys got by. And there's a level of gamesmanship when it comes to homelessness if you know how to do it. And because our weather's so great here, I mean, you could literally, not ever freeze, sleep in your car, or even on the street, not die from freezing. So, yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, I don't think we should promote homelessness. I think we should figure out a way to get people out to the street. But we just can't manhandle people like that here in California. They don't do that. We can't do that here, Abby. I know they want to do it, but they just can't do it. And that's why Santa Monica suffered for so long, is because the homeless can just botch your business and be out front doing whatever, and nobody's going to want to try to walk through that and try to spend money in your shop when they see all this depravity all around them. So I don't know, man. I don't know how you guys get away with it, but I don't think we're there.
It wasn't our case. Actually, was in Oregon City that it went all the way to the Supreme Court on having those ordinances. So if you're sleeping on the street, you get a ticket, and you can, if it's more than one offense, you can actually do time. I think it's up to 6 months. And we have to have a place for them to go. I mean, the whole justification was that the county, as well as NGOs like Catholic Charities, etc., built facilities and centers, an area for them to go, and whether they're there just sleeping in a shelter or having a food bank or a detox place. So we had to have a place for them, which they built, but it was across the board. Like, you have people sleeping in the streets with that amount of 40 million tourists coming in every year. But it wasn't our case that won the Supreme Court decision. I'm almost certain it was in Oregon City. Maybe Brad's in here. Do you remember?
Yeah, it was I had the name up on that topic because it gives a prime example of like voting for really wonky policies because of virtue signaling, and now you can't eat at Caesar's Caviar Castle and have to suffer at a Taco Bell, and then it's the end of the world and depravity. It just sounds hollow because again, you voted for these policies, and that Supreme Court decision was there that the people have a right to a community. You don't have to sit there like saying you can't pick up people and say, you know what, you can't sleep on the beaches, you can't shoot needles up, and you can't shit on sidewalks. We're gonna lock you up. That's not an inhumane thing. That's just common fucking sense. You guys have a new disease coming out that we haven't seen for the medieval times, a typhus that hasn't been around since the medieval times, and now all of a sudden it's like a major deal.
Well, that's it. I think what was it? Was it the bubonic plague or what was it?
This is a viral bacteria typhus.
No, that's talking about the bubonic plague a couple of years ago. They came across from the Mexican border down in the.
No, they had it at Skid Row in LA.
It started from the border cities in California and Texas.
So I don't think that's how the plague spreads.
Then people spread it amongst themselves.
No, it's generally
This new one is coming from fleas on rats, and it's the same thing that blew up a plague.
Yeah, that was the same as the old one. It came from fleas on rats.
Yeah, but I mean, there was somebody who got the. Okay.
I know, it's crazy. People have vaccines for things like this.
There's somebody who got it from a rat in the. There's somebody who got the bubonic plague like a few months ago in Arizona, in northern Arizona. Just from
So
wild area.
I don't know, man. I don't know how you guys get away.
So, David, I have to find that case where they sued the city. I didn't know about that.
Yeah, there was. So I do know that the Supreme Court. One of the reasons why homelessness was stymied for so long is because the Ninth Circuit said it was cruel and unusual punishment or something. Unless you can provide housing for the unhoused, they had a right to be on the streets. I think the Supreme Court reversed that, and finally reversed that, which gave the cities the power to do what you're saying in Vegas. Now,
Grants Pass, that's the case. City of Grants Pass.
I just found it too. Grant Pass, yeah.
Grants Pass, I guess, versus Johnson's.
Because they said it started over a bench in the park, and it was, I think, that's the same case. It started over a bench in the park, and they just arrested the people. They got tired of it because literally Grants Pass said, no, you're just not going to loiter about it. You either have to have a home, a place to sleep. They even had shelters. They just weren't staying in the shelters.
Yeah,
so it was like it's
So the city of Dana Point, take them for example down in Orange County, where they were able to leverage the removing of homeless is they invoked the Disabilities Act because the homeless were blocking the sidewalks, and what they did is they leveraged the fact that the disabled couldn't move their wheelchairs up and down the sidewalks, so they used that law as reason to remove their homeless, and they got away with it, and they created an area of the city where they could put them, and that was their strategy to attack their homeless problem. And it's
ADA compliance. ADA compliance is a very good strategy. Very good strategy.
But that was really smart. I wouldn't have thought of that.
I think it's really clever. Really clever.
Yeah, but the Grand Pass case, I think, is interesting because, again, we still have to have an alternative. I mean, in order to get those ordinances passed, you had to offer shelters and food banks, and but if they're on the street sleeping and they're cited, a couple times, they're going to jail.
The biggest problem that's the yeah, I was about to say, like anybody's working with population, like I know. Yeah. So it's been
how are you paying for your cell phone if you're homeless?
Yeah, so like one of the biggest problems is that though that. Okay, when it comes to any facility, even a homeless shelter, they're not going to allow. Shut the fuck up,
dude. You're rude.
No, you just want. Why are you talking about?
Somebody left the door open. The hood book is there.
Right. When it comes to any of the large homeless shelters, which I'm sure you have one there, like the big utilities. There's other places that they don't allow drugs and alcohol, and even if they can sense that you're intoxicated, they don't allow you to stay there. And then even if they find you a place which opens you need, like shut the fuck up!
You never been homeless before, bro.
I literally worked with the population.
Chimps right now.
So, and if you can't, depending on if they have disabilities, for example, if you're oh my god.
Abby, you have the power.
Fucking ghetto.
They're enjoying it.
This is probably why if you are homeless, this is probably why you have no impulse control.
Michigan. I'm from Detroit, Michigan, bro.
I don't care.
I'm the richest black man on earth.
Alright, he's a troll. Amazing.
No, the richest African is Elon Musk.
No, he's not.
The richest African.
Alright, yeah.
Anyway, Pepe, when you saw those big shelters, those
Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the fashion of twilight I wear. By my robe I invoke Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turn of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so am I after thee, not a car I glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. To the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on unsacred deed of thee, O Lord. I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sold with gold, the flashing of my eye I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so am I after thee, not call my glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. To
Mm.
the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of my light I wear. By my robe I invoke the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke it is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so am I after thee, not far my glory. By my fingers I invoke
American Creole requests the following to tell every business to sustain safety in the city and city and downtown
to invoke. The flaming sword, crown, shadow, and conquering by the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword of revenge.
Mass third world immigration into Western countries, and they do it. They kind of do it from both sides. They do it here, but they also fund and help them. They set up charities to basically help them if they want to make the trek up north. All throughout Latin America. And if we're being realistic, like with Catholicism, it is kind of anti-Catholic to not want immigrants because they're different. Like that, I don't know how else to say. I'm obviously.
By the sword I Mine is the head of a man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke